Oh, I'm muted. Okay, so what I asked you guys, I asked you guys, how's the audio quality? And is it better now? Can you guys hear me? Wow. This is, I like this. This guy is like, you have no voice, Mike. Yeah, well, first of all, my name's not Mike. But thank you. Okay, welcome everyone to the 5ers live trading room. We got Samir with us here today as well, and he's just sitting there thinking like, what is going on here? Welcome, man. How's it going?
I'm like, something is, yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you for having me on the show. How are you?
Yeah, this is how we do things over here at the 5ers live trading room. It's live. Things can happen. Well, I'm very happy to have you here on the live stream. For those of you who do not know who Samir is, he is a funded trader with us here at the 5ers. I did a funded interview with him a while ago, maybe 2 months ago or something like that, and it kind of blew up.
Yeah.
A lot of views, a lot of engagement. People really like that. So super happy to have you here on the live stream to go through the charts, maybe look at a couple of things, see what we're perhaps see if we have anything setting up today. And he
thank you
is
for having
frozen.
me on the show.
I think you're lagging a bit, but it's not now. Maybe it's me.
It's good.
I don't know.
Audio.
I think it's good. Let us know in the comments if there's any issues, anything in the lag. Yeah. All right. So how have you been? How's trading been since we last did the interview?
Yeah, I've improved a lot. I've managed my risk well since then. So now I risk less. So, to stay in the game for a longer period. Back in the days, I was used to, I was used to risking 2 to 3%. But now I really want to, go far in this trading thing. So now I'm not even risking like 2 to 3%. I'm risking 1%, maybe 0.5%. I'm just managing my drawdown well since we done the interview. I think I really like that. Risk management, I'm really getting good in that.
Yeah, because I remember the interview, we talked about risk management, and I remember thinking like, wow, okay, you're risking quite a lot, like 2 to 3% per trade. And I was thinking in the back of my head, like, I'm really hoping that we're gonna be able to interview this guy more, and maybe having on the live stream in the future, and not see him like blow the account. So the important question here: do you still have that account, or do you have a new account, or how's that looking?
I have a new account with you guys, and I'm on the phase 2 right now. That account, I took quite few payouts, and then I blew it.
Yeah, that's.
I think it is gonna happen anyway. I took 10 losses in a row.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? When you're using like that high of a risk, right? When you have like 2 or 3% per trade, and then you're getting that drawdown, you're having like that losing streak, then eventually things like that will happen. But I remember the interview. You did manage to get like 40K payouts or something like that from that account. So I mean, quite profitable anyway. But yeah, super happy to follow your journey here, and I like the fact that you're really, for you, it's all about learning, right, and improving. And obviously, definitely. What you saw is like you saw that you lost the account, and now you're building up a new one, and you're adjusting the risk based on that. So that's really the way to do it. So what are we? Are you looking at anything specific this morning?
I'm looking at like anything like XXX USD sells on that. Can be AUD USD, can be GBP USD, can be Euro USD. All these pairs are sell to me. Not like long term, kind of intraday move I'm planning. If you're talking about the a long term perspective.
I would love to see, maybe you can share your screen. We have here in the bottom of the platform that we're using to stream here, you have a share screen option, and then you can select if you want to share like your browser tab or a window. I do recommend sharing a window of the application and not sharing your whole screen.
Can you
there
see
we go.
it?
Yep, I can see it right here. Nice.
So I'm looking for sells on XXX. I don't know why my screen is frozen.
I think it's your connection.
Okay,
it's kind of like you're going
so I was
in and
looking
out
on
a bit
cells
with.
on the yeah, I don't know what is wrong with my internet connection here. Maybe some kind of problem here. I'm sorry, but I hope now it's good.
Yeah.
Okay, so the thing I see here is we may can get a deeper pullback and then we may can go to the upside as we are bullish. Okay, so we are moving up and up. So I think selling is not really a good plan. If you're planning for a long-term sales, I don't think so it is going to happen, because we are, look at this, making high highs, higher lows. Anyone is looking for sells, whoever is looking for sells, just get out for a small scalp or a small move. That's it. You are trading a pullback. If we consider, higher time frames, so we are going to go bullish only. Can be from this demand area, or maybe this support, or it may can liquidate a while, and then can go up. So you have to put yourself in a position where your strategy aligns or whatever. But I will say, don't go for shots too long. It is gonna go, up only, because we are just making high highs. Look at this. If you're gonna go against it, I think you're gonna get chopped up. Yeah, sells maybe for small move, but overall I think you should go for buys only. And I'm looking for I'm in a cat chf trade right now. I am in a buy right now. I think that we have liquidated this low. We may can get a deeper retracement. I'm trading just the retracement. Again, longer time frame, longer if you see, then we are going bearish only. So I have taken a position somewhere around here. On my 5ers account also, I am active on this one. So I'm just planning for a quick kind of liquidated move, and then we gonna go down only. I think I'm just trading a pullback. I am aware of that. But if you're a new trader, I don't think so. You should go against the trend. Here, I am trading against the trend because I have experience. I've seen this kind of impulse. I have seen this kind of correction. And I may can expect another impulse and then a downside move, as we are, kind of making lower lows only. So most of the people trade gold also. I don't trade gold because I have taken a lot of, losses in gold in past. But let's just do the analysis here. Let's just start from the weekly. Weekly, we are moving bullish only. Okay, as you can see, clear up move. If you're trying to sell, again, go for a smaller moves, maybe, couple of pips, 50, 100 pips, because gold is moving wild nowadays. When I saw it last time. So we have this kind of support. We kind of have the impulse. Now maybe this is a pullback, to continue to the upside. I'm just seeing the legs right now. For an example, this was the leg and we had a pullback leg. We had some kind of liquidity move right here. Okay. So now I think this is the kind of a higher high, higher low. We may can go to the upside now. I'm just see, we are moving up, up, up. So I think this is gonna be the only thing for gold. As you can see, this lower low, this was just a liquidity move. This is also as we are just moving up and up. If you see, if anyone consider this as a breakout structure, this was just a liquidity, again a liquidity move. So I think gold likes to do these kind of things. Just make your I think your buy should be bullish. Just buy at any opportunity that you are gonna get. I'm not talking about any entries because I don't trade gold, so I'm just leaving it completely on you guys. So yeah, for if you ask me bias, I think bullish. Short term
All right.
AUD, I think kind of a pullback we can get, maybe a liquidity move, and then yeah, again this is also bullish to me. Long term, if you ask me. Right now I'm in CAT CHF.
Nice.
Let's see what this trade is gonna do. And I
I've
would
just opened
also
a.
like to.
I've just opened a. Sorry, I just want to show people. I just opened a long position on EU, so I just want to make sure that I can quickly just switch over to MetaTrader and not just to show that. So what I have right now on MetaTrader is a long position on EU. So it's a simple break and retest of a 15-minute support. It's a negative risk to reward, but it's a high risk trade. It's a negative risk to reward. This is on the account that I'm sorry guys, the comment section, this is the account that we're supposed to be trading together, with the comment section, but I'm logged in. I'm gonna find that account on my laptop. but you guys know that I accidentally shared all my login details with that funded account, so I had to change it. But I logged in on laptop, but I didn't write up the password. So I don't know what the password is, but I know that I'm only logged in on a laptop. So, and I have that funded account connected via CopyTrader. I don't really log into that account, but this one right here is the only one that I can actually access right now, and that's the evaluation account that we're supposed to be trading together. Now, I also took this trade because honestly, I thought, I do think that most of you would probably agree that we wanted to go long on Euro USD. So I will do a poll in the comment section here to ask. Let's see, to ask long or short EU. Now, if you decide that it's going to be long, then I will keep this one open. If you decide that it's going to be short, I will close it and we will instead look for short trades. Let's go in the comment section and check that one out. Samir, you looked at Euro USD. Could you perhaps go back to Euro USD and tell me what you think about like the lower time frames? I'm not sure if you trade the lower time frames actively, but maybe because I didn't really get the overall direction that you
I'll just give you the broad perspective of what can happen. If you ask me the lower time frames, I think like we may can get another push to at least these areas, because we are just look at this candle, it's very bullish, so we are making maybe a lower low and then to continue to the upside. Let's just go more lower. Okay, so now we are also moving above the EMA. I do like to follow the 50 EMA. As you can see, 15-minute is looking very very strong leg it is. So we are just creating a support right now on the 15-minute time frame. We may can get to these areas, okay, for maybe a deeper retracement. But this 15-minute leg is looking very clean. Look at this leg, very impulsive kind of correction, and then we may can get another impulse. And even if you follow these kind of legs, impulse, kind of correction, another impulse, now we have the impulse to the opposite side. In this case it is the bullish side. I am really highly I look at these impulses, I really like to trade this way. Wherever the impulse is, I do like to follow the impulse move, and I usually enter the pullbacks. So for an example, I consider this kind of impulse move. I would likely enter at this correction phase. So we are getting impulse move. We may can get kind of let me just use this arrow. We may can get a little bit of correction to move to the upside, because these kind of impulses, I have seen it really plays really well. If you just trade strictly on these impulses also, you can just backtouch this thing. Okay, wherever the impulse is coming, look at this. I can show you another example. So we having action and then move. Okay, I'm just talking about intraday moves. So right now, of course, buying do make sense, at least till this high. I don't know if this is gonna get liquidated to go lower. I don't know about that, but at least me as an impulse correction kind of trader, I do see this kind of impulse, and another impulse I can expect that. So definitely, a lot of people are asking Indian. Yeah, I'm from India, bro.
I could have guessed by your accent that you're from India.
Yeah.
We have a lot of Indian traders. We have a lot of traders from India here in the live stream. So I think they're very, very happy to have you on here, because we have lots of traders from India. So I think they're very happy to finally have a trader from India coming on the live trading show here. So so the way you're looking at Euro USD, you're talking about that impulse move. So you're looking for an impulse move, and then you're looking for a retracement of that impulse move, right? Now, that retracement, are you looking for like it to come down into any specific levels, or?
I usually trade supply demand areas, or maybe 70% retracement. Let's see if there is any demand area on the 30-minute. Okay, we do have a demand area here. Let's see on the 1 hour if we have any. Okay, this is a very clean demand area to me. This block right here, we had a break of structure. Now we make an. Sometimes it doesn't really tap, at the extreme. It may can get at some kind of halfway. So we also have a kind of break and retest of this. So if you ask me, my entry should I would likely take my entry around this area for buying trade. Okay, so I would really like
Yeah.
to see price coming at least till here to go for a long. And we also don't have a wick on this candle. Look at this. This is a very important concept that I've learned over the times. Once we don't have a wick, so we usually make a wick. Either either this move can make, or maybe in future, it can make. But it is gonna make only. This wick gonna get filled some, maybe today. I don't know. I think today only it will get filled because we are very close to that area. So of course I would like to enter in this block. If you ask me, if my bias as a shorter time frame, I'm bullish on this one, at least till this area. So my entry should be around this area. I will just place my
Yeah, I
order
like
here,
that. That makes.
put my stop loss here, my TP at this side. That's it.
Okay, so that's great. So that's basically the setup that I have in right now, but you have a little bit of a lower entry, and that's actually something that I've noticed in my own trading, that I like to get the earlier entries. I usually enter a little bit earlier, but I'm not sure. Maybe that's because I'm not as I don't have the discipline or the patience to really wait for the lower targets, because I see price hitting a good level, and then I'm like, okay, I want to get in on this right now, and then it kind of falls lower and lower. But I think the way that you're approaching this, to wait for those lower targets, obviously you're going to get a higher risk reward, because what I'm looking at right now is I have a 0.5 risk reward, so I have a negative risk reward for this trade, and I mean, it's looking good. But obviously, waiting for those lower targets would give me a better entry and a higher risk to reward, of course. But I do like the structure here of Euro
Yeah,
USD.
even I have traded, these kind of moves. I was targeting 1 to 1. I really had phenomenal results with this kind of impulse correction type of thing. So I think it really works well. Maybe you can take a couple of losses. Let's say you consider this impulse. Okay, this was a loss. It's okay. You put your stop loss here, and then we have another impulse. You could have taken a buy here, anywhere around this area. You had another impulse. Look at this. Now we have the same thing. We have impulse. I don't know. Maybe you can take a stop loss. It's okay. This is happen frequently. So this is happen frequently.
Yeah. I think you're lagging a bit, but I think people are still quite interested in your analysis here.
You got me? What I said?
Yeah, you're back. You're back now.
So I was just saying, even if even if you trade strictly on these impulse correction things, so even if you take 1 or 2 stop losses, I think it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing also. If you have a high risk reward on the winners, you can of course take more losses. You can take more of those stop loss hitting. You can because lower win rate, but also higher risk reward. That does make sense.
Yeah, these things really happen. Plays really well in London session. So let's say here it's, I think, 12:30 London session start. So if you're getting pullback in that time frame in 12:30, 11:30, so I think, for an example, this was happening at 11:30 to 12:30. This is very high probability setup according to me. I think this happened right here. Yeah, as you can see, impulse kind of pullback. So this happened right at 11 o'clock, around that time frame only, near London session. So once you have impulse and in London session it is giving you a pullback, that is really a good move, at least to me. I trade this way.
Nice. Yeah, that makes sense. What about gold? Let's take a look at gold again. See if we can find anything interesting. Because what I see on the lower time frames is I see that we're kind of breaking down. We're breaking support area, and I'm thinking that perhaps looks like I don't know, like Let me see. I'm gonna look at the poll right now. We have 60% long on EU, so we're gonna keep that trade open. I want you guys to go into the comment section as well and answer the poll on gold as well. While Samir can look at the do the analysis here, I can put the poll in the chat.
Okay, let's do the intraday kind of analysis. Okay, we are moving very bearish right here. We have a demand area right here. So I think price can tap this area. Even if we take the 70% retracement, I've noticed this gold, once it taps 70%, it usually give you 1-to-1, like at least 70% of the time. So if you're planning for sells, this is the area. This is your next stop. Even if you enter in the midway, I think it's fine. You can put your stop loss around here. You target 71%. I think it's fine because I've noticed this gold, it really plays well around this 70% retracement area after the impulsive move. Look at this. Even if you took a sell right here at this 70%, okay, I know it really got a little bit higher if your stop loss was a little bit here. Still, you are gonna get 1-to-1, I think. Even if you 70%. Look at this impulse. It was in the 70%. You got a great move. If you consider this impulse, this was also around 70%. You got your move. So even if you consider this impulse, it really pushed a little bit higher, right? So I think it really plays well, this kind of 70% area. I think you should use it along your with your strategy. It will really give you good results. So yeah, as of now we are moving bearish, but if you ask me targets, 70% is my target. Fibonacci 70% around here. Let's see 1-to-1.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Let's see. So 70%, that it's right above the 70%, that's above the 618. Let me see. Why the 70%? Why not let's see, which one is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so why 70%? Is that something that you've tested a lot?
Yeah, I've tested it. One thing is I've tested it, and second thing, once let's say this is your move, and as we call it, discounted prices below the 50% area. So once prices, let's say, discounted, maybe some kind of institutional traders or maybe some retail traders will try to catch this fall. I don't know if this is going to be a right fall or wrong fall. For an example, if this is an actual move, this will go higher. If this is a wrong move, at least you will get a little bit of push from 70%. I've noticed it. You can place yourself in this kind of move. You don't have to catch the whole move. You just try to enter in this kind of move. You can do this thing on the daily. For an example, this thing is happening on the daily. Go to the lower time frame, let's say the 1 hour 15-minute. You can see your pattern. I'm not even saying you just catch the whole move. Just take a small piece of that. I've noticed 70% retracement, and you see some kind of price action on the lower time frame. Then for an example, we was making lower lows, and once we tap the 70%, we made the higher high, and then you can place yourself here. Okay, I'm not saying just blindly enter on the 70%. I'm just saying you can use it as a confluence in your trades.
What I'm doing right now, I'm currently long again, then long Euro USD, and then I entered a short here on gold. Now what's interesting here is I'm gonna switch over to my trading view, and you said that you're looking for a move down into the 0. Or this 70%. Now what's interesting here is with the 70%. So here what I have is, as viewers of the live stream, they know that I look at an area called the reload zone, whatever. Like this is the area, and it's basically the same as ICT traders. They look at the OTE, and I believe the OTE is it starts at the 0.62, which is basically the same as the 0.618. And when you say the 0.7, which is the 70%, if I add that one right there and then to stand it up, make it purple, you can see that, well, let's not make it purple. Okay, white. So you see right here in the middle. So the 0.7 is basically the same level as the 0.702. Now, the 0.702 or the 0.7 is the midpoint the area between the 0.618 and the 0.786. So this is actually the area where there's like the it's highly likely that this will be the area where if you have a deep retrace in a bull market, this is likely where the bottom is going to be. Because like you said, if you have an uptrend that kind of looks like this, and then you break that low, well, this is not really an uptrend anymore because you broke that low. But if price stays here, you can see that that is right in the middle of that area, and you have the 0.7 at the 0.7 here. So I think these Fibonacci zones are really good to find probable lows in the retracement if the trend is still bullish, because if price goes below the 0.786, then I'm not really interested in trading the market anymore, because it's almost like it's creating a double bottom, and a double bottom in an uptrend is not bullish. It's bearish, right? Because it shows that it can no longer create higher highs, and now creates equal lows, and it hits the support for the second time. So I think the 0.7 or the 0.702 or the OTE or the reload zone, like you can call it whatever you want, but this is a very good area to look for.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people have different terms for trading. In general, I think it's same only. You can call this OTE, whatever, and I'm calling it a 70% retracement. Some people can call it a retest of some kind of level. I think it's kind of same only. People have different terms for that.
What I'm looking at now for gold, I'm going to switch over to my MetaTrader here and show you what I'm looking at. So I have right now, I got the this is the short on gold that I have right here. So you can see that I'm looking for a target down here. It's the 0. It should be around the 0.618. So you can see right here, if I'm adding the fibs here, you can see that is the 0.618. So I'm just adding the TP right on the 0.618, which I also think is a good area because it aligns with these two like low time frame tops right here. So you can see that there is some type of support here. And if you go into the lower time frames, this is the level that, like, this is the important level that broke. So you had a big move to the downside, and then you retested that level. So if we get above this level again, if we get above that high, I think this move is sort of invalidated. So let's see if we can make anything out of this one. We got Nora. Nora is also, I believe, short on gold. So we got a little bit of a battle here in the comment section. We got Nora is currently on she was on the first spot, but now Vinicius is taking over that first spot. It's like that's our top fan right now. We look at the top fan. YouTube has this new cool feature where you're getting experience points for participating in the comment section, and we got Louis. Louis is at number 2. Where is Nora though? Like, what spot is Nora at now? She's not even on the top list. Wow, that sucks. Okay, so you gotta keep it up, man. Not man. You're obviously not a man. You're a woman, but you know what I mean. I can't say keep it up, woman. That would be weird. That would be really weird to say. So I'm just gonna say man. Okay, let's focus on what we're here to focus on, which is trading. Okay, Nora is. Nora is short from 335. 335. Oh, that's okay. That's a good level. That's a really good short. All right, so you're making some money on that, Nora. Nice. Good to see. Yasin is also in the comment section, making sure that he's aware of. You can't ban me though. I do say weird stuff, but you can't ban me. But he's aware of everyone in the comment section. Make sure you behave. All right. Let's see, Samir. I'm gonna pull up your screen here, see what you're watching. Because right now I'm using a drawdown. It's not really fun to see all the red in my.
I'm seeing gold only. Yeah. So you guys are planning for sells. I think this may be kind of barrier for gold. But I think it will go down. Let's see how many pips is this. It's 50 pips. I think it's a nice move. 50 pips is a decent amount of. Yeah. This is kind of a
I think
barrier
we
for
can.
gold. If we surpass it, I don't know, we might can
Yeah, I
tap this
think we can
way.
definitely tap that, at least that area. I think that makes
Yeah.
sense.
For shorts, only this is the barrier. If you're planning for big shorts, I will not say that you should go for a big short. I think this from here, maybe price can go up. This
I
breakout was
think,
really clean, to be honest.
yeah, I think also, I think Euro USD is, I think Euro
Let's
USD
see.
is also perhaps coming down towards your level.
Yeah, this is a very good demand according to me. Very clean. We got a break off structure, and now we can pull back maybe to go bullish from here.
Would you be ready to? Would you be ready to perhaps enter a position if it gets into that area, or are you looking for something else?
I'm already in CAD CHF. My rule is that if I'm in one trade, I will not enter another trade. I think my entry was somewhere around here. A stop loss.
Okay.
My TP is like 1 to 2. I'm holding this trade from yesterday. I'm kind of a middle kind of trader. I will not say a swing trader. This trader might can hold trades for like 4, 5, 6 days. I think max I will hold it for 3 days. If it didn't did anything in 3 days, maybe it is not the trade that I wanna be in. AUD USD, I'm looking for sales actually. Let's see if we can break this level, this small support.
Yeah,
If
that's a
I
good
would
level.
have
So
not taken, yeah, if I would have not taken CAD CHF, I would have taken, I think, pound CHF. Oh, sorry, pound USD sells
right.
because it was a very good Fibonacci area. It was on this area, and I do have other confluences also. For an example, this EMA is bearish. We are making lower low now, as you can see. If we go to the daily, we have closed below this area actually. If it would have respected, it should have respected from this area, okay, these two wicks, but it closed below. So we may can get a deeper retracement at least to this area. If I would have not entered the CAD CHF, I would have definitely taken this GBP or USD cells. As I'm in that trade, I've seen in the past if I enter 2 3 trades, whenever my setup presents, that's not really a good outcome for me. So I've completely, avoided it. Now, unless this trade didn't play out at least to TP or stop loss, I will not take another trade.
Yeah, that makes sense. Also, guys, while you're watching, and make sure that you also hit that like. It's a very small gesture from you, but it means the world to us. It really helps out. That little like, if you hit that like, that will tell the YouTube algorithm that check it out. It's gonna recommend us to the homepage of YouTube, and it's gonna bring more people in here. It's gonna bring more subscribers, and with more subscribers, we're gonna be able to bring on bigger guests. And yeah, you like the live stream, and we're going to reward you for that. We're also getting close to our 80,000 subscribers here on YouTube, so we're going to be planning a bigger giveaway event for you guys as well when we do hit that 80k. So if you're not subscribed already, make sure that you do go in and subscribe to the channel as well, and then you can press that little bell notification button that notifies you whenever we do go live. Right now we are live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday from 8:30 GMT to, what is it, 2? I think it's 2 GMT. Yeah. And we're also planning to expand. I mean, in the future, you're gonna be seeing us go live a lot. We're gonna be, most likely, what we're planning here is we want to go live on Fridays as well, and we want to be expanding this live trading room from beginning of the European session to the end of the New York session. So if you know someone that you would like to be featured on the live trading room here, then please let us know. We are always looking for new hosts and new guests to join us here and make this the best live trading show on the planet. You can send an email to tradingroom@the5ers.com if you want to be featured, or you know someone, or want to recommend someone to get featured. Okay. I'm currently in a loss on all my positions, but that's how it is. Tim wants us to invite ICT. Well, maybe. I don't think he wants to come on here though, because I don't. Well, maybe we'll see. Could be interesting. Could be a very interesting conversation. So we got Euro USD and we got gold is currently the ones that I have running. You had an open position. Was it on AUD USD or AUD CHF? I can't remember.
CHF.
Right,
CAD CHF.
Was it CAD CHF? Yeah.
Yeah.
So what happens if? Okay, so what happens if you go below the 0.7 here? Or the 0.75?
This is the maximum pullback area I would like to consider. If it is going below this, then it is sellers are really strong in this case. As I mentioned, I really like to take these impulses kind of nature in my trading. So for an example, just in theory, so buyers are really strong here. I don't want strong sellers now to push the price all the way to at least till maybe 79%, for an example. So if the impulse is strong if I see the chart this way, impulse correction type of thing, so I'm considering this impulse as a strong move, and I don't want seller to be as strong as this impulse. So sellers, for an example, they ended here. As you can see, we are having some kind of exhaustion here. So now I will enter around this area. So if the sellers are strong, of course, they can push the price all the way to this low. So that is all the impulse correction kind of theory. If impulses, buyers are strong, I don't want sellers to be as strong as buyers. In this case, sellers are, they are kind of in the middle. So let's see who wins now, either buyers or sellers. For an in this case, buyers took the price all the way till here. So I think buyers can take the price one more time, and then I don't know, it can go bearish or something. So that is the whole concept. As you asked why I don't go below this, because I don't want sellers to take over the market, take over this impulse. So that's it.
We also had a question from Manish asking about my USD/JPY long, so I can show you guys that one. Now this is a like a long-term swing trade, and it's mostly the way I'm trading now with my personal account and my bigger funded account. That this is mostly the type of trades that I'm taking, but I'm not really looking at the setups I have. So this is a trade that it's a fairly high risk on my personal account. It's very high risk, higher than what is probably allowed on a funded account. And the problem with this as well is I can trade like this easily on my private account because I don't have to care about the daily drawdown and something like that. So on my personal account, I'm just going to be holding this, and as long as the higher time frame trends are bullish, basically giving me like higher highs and higher lows, and showing something interesting. I don't know if you guys remember the analysis I did on USD/JPY, but how I see this as like the cycle low, and eventually in a few weeks or months time we're gonna reach perhaps the range highs. So if this one hits target up here on a personal account, I'll be making like 50 or 60% on the account, but it might take a few months, and that's why I'm trading on my personal account, right? On my funded account, a trade like this is going to I'm going to lose the account, because if the market, so let's say on my personal account, I'm risking about 5 to 10% on a trade like this. Now, that means one loser and I'll lose the account, which also means that if price is now up here, which is about 1-to-1 risk to reward. So I'm currently on my personal account, I'm up about 5% on this one. Now, if I would be taking the same type of trade with the same type of risk on my funded account, if price goes down to entry, that activates the daily drawdown, and I will lose the account if I'm on a high stakes account, and it will close the positions, I believe, on a hyper growth account. So what you need to do if you're trading this way on a funded account, you really need to manage the trade carefully and manage risk carefully. And I don't really recommend you to trade this way on a funded account. I do recommend maybe being a little bit more active on a funded account. But yeah, to answer your question, I am long on USD JPY, but I'm not looking at this chart. What I do is I just add alerts on TradingView. So here, for example, I would add one alert above this level, because if price breaks above this level, I might be interested in looking at this trade. And if price goes back down to my entry, I will check the charts. Now, it can take a couple of days or maybe even a couple of weeks before these alerts goes off, but I'm only really looking at the higher time frames for this. The active trading that I do is on my algo portfolio, and I can show you the trades that I have open on that one. So for that, I gotta bring up my MetaTrader. Let me quickly share that one. This one, no, that's the wrong one. This is okay. So this is the one that we're trading now. Let me share the next one. This is the problem when you have so many MetaTraders up. But this, I think it's gonna be, could be this one. Yeah, okay, so this is the algo portfolio right here. And you can see right now, so this is all the trades here is just being automatically executed. I'm running one EA on gold, one on, and you can see here on gold, the orders that I have in for gold. This is a simple breakout strategy on gold. It just enters a buy stop above a certain high if the ATR, it's based on ATR, Bollinger Bands, and price action highs. So you can see right here, if gold breaks out, it will activate a buy signal. And then on NASDAQ, this is a range breakout trading. So it puts buy orders above the highs and sell orders below the lows. And then we got one on USD 30, a breakout strategy. You can see here it closed a short overnight when it broke down. And then we got GBP JPY. This is a swing trading breakout strategy on this EA. And as you can see here, it activated a buy order once GBP JPY broke above this high right here with fairly tight stop loss, and then it's trailing its stop loss based on ATR. So if price moves up, it's going to base that stop loss on ATR trailing. And then we have another breakout strategy on USD JPY. So this is also sort of a breakout strategy on USD JPY based on a 1 hour, and you can see it has all just now activated a buy signal for USD JPY with stop loss below the lows. So that's sort of like all the active trading that I'm doing now based on the algo portfolio. And the reason for that is I'm spending so much time trying to figure out how to improve the algos that I don't really have a lot of time to actively trade manually, if that makes sense, because it's such a time-consuming concept. But all the active trading that I'm doing, all the manual trading that I'm doing, is trades like the USD JPY. Okay, so that was a very long explanation for that. But that's that's kind of like my journey in trading, if you will. I went from being a discretionary day trader to being a systematic swing trader to now being more of an algo trader, because I believe now with the AI and everything, with the improvements in the way that you can create algorithms, I think it's really cool to be able to try to get into that realm. That said, I am in a drawdown on the account. You guys saw that on the evaluation account. I almost hit that TP, but now in like a massive drawdown. But that's what happens when you're in that forward testing phase to test the strategy. I got one question for you, Samir. Here we have someone asking, what strategy would you tell us? I guess basically, could you break down perhaps in simple terms, your strategy. Maybe give us just an example of a setup and kind of break down how you found it and why you entered and how you're going to manage that trade.
Okay, so Abdul is asking about the strategy. The first thing I would like to tell viewers is I think strategy is only, I will say, 30% of your kind of trading career. If your risk management is poor, I don't think so any strategy can give you results. It has been an year or two. I think I'm really a big believer on risk management. I'm watching these hedge funds podcast and everything, so they are happy with making 30% or maybe 40% a year. I think traders nowadays, seeing the social media, they are really going in the wrong track. They think that 10%, 20% a month is very achievable, or it is good return, or they also can make it. I don't think so. As soon as possible, if you can eliminate this kind of mindset, it will be good for your trading career. First thing I will tell this. And second thing, if you ask me the strategy part, yes, I will tell you. I have taken this trade on USD JPY, the sells USD JPY. As you can see, this was my support and resistance level. I do like to consider confluence when I take my trades. Okay, so this was just a clear support and resistance level to me. So again, Fibonacci is really, I'm a big believer in Fibonacci. So let me see. Okay, let me make it a little bit down. Okay, so this was a support and resistance level. If I go to the 1 hour now, so I saw prices trading below this EMA, and we are making aggressive lower lows, as you can see, and lower highs. So I anticipated this can be the lower high. I just drew my Fibonacci from this high to this low. I waited for price to tap my area of the support and resistance, and I waited for some kind of rejection, and I just took the trade. My trade was around this level. My stop loss was a little bit big, like here, and my TP was around the support. This was my one trade, and let me explain you why I took this CAD CHF trade. Then you will get to know what my strategy is. Okay, so I saw this support. Okay, I was looking for sells earlier, but I didn't got any setup. But we kind of closed above this support, and now look at these candles. I think we are holding this support for maybe one move, or it may can go bearish. I don't know. It really is probability. Then I go to the 4 hour. Then I see, okay, this is kind of a demand area or support resistance area, whatever you want to consider. Then I draw my Fibonacci from here to here. I want my entry around this area. Okay, and if we go to the 1 hour, look at this big beautiful impulse right here, and we have a beautiful demand area also. This is kind of order block, ICT people call it. So I took this trade around, I think here maybe, and my stop loss is this. It's 24 pips. My stop loss is okay, somewhat like this, and I'm aiming for 1 to 2. That's it. I was running at 1 to 1 at one point almost. So this is whole strategy breakdown I just gave you. And strategy is not really a big part, to be honest, guys, the viewers. If your risk management is poor, I don't think you're gonna get anywhere. I took like 10 losses in a row. I didn't change my strategy. I just added little bit. I subtracted few things. For an example, I added this daily level thing. So you can add or subtract the things in your strategy over the period of time. But if your risk management is poor, I don't think so you're gonna get anywhere. I have really taken a big hit, and now I don't think so I'm gonna um, I'm gonna play with my risk management. For an example, if I take 2 losses, I will just lower my risk. I was also one of those traders who will like increase the risk to recover the drawdown. But you're gonna realize it sooner or later, this is not really the right way. Most successful people I'm talking about, who has really made huge in this trading career, if you study them, they are also performing this way that I'm telling you. They will lower their risk in the drawdown. Sooner or later, if you stick with this trading thing, you're gonna realize it. I think you should follow it from today only. Follow your risk management. If let's say you take 2-3 losses in a row, just lower your risk, try to recover that drawdown, and just little bit simple strategy you can follow. Support resistance, you can buy on the retest or whatever. It is gonna 50, it is gonna give you 50% win rate. Okay, you can maybe take 1 to 2 risk to reward. So regardless of anything, okay, sooner or later you're gonna realize it. I'm telling you, maybe 5 years later in your trading journey, maybe 8 years later, that the things that I'm telling you. And I would also recommend you to study these people who had really made a huge in this trading career. For an example, these hedge fund guys, or you can read some books for that. So that is the whole nutshell of my strategy. I think I really explain you daily levels, some kind of impulse move, and then third thing I will say, Fibonacci for the entry area. I want to enter near 70%, and I want little bit of demand supply area also happening on that kind of order block, you can say.
All right, nice. That makes a lot of sense, man. So we're running up to the 30-minute mark here. Been on for an hour here. Samir, I would like to thank you for joining us here for this hour, and let us know, guys, in a comment if you like what you see here from Samir and you want him on again in live trading room. Just let us know in the comment section, and I'm sure we can set something up here, because I'm sure that a lot of people do have many more questions for you, Samir. But thank you for joining. And yeah, where can we follow you? Do you have any social medias or anything like that?
I do have social media, but I have some kind of problem. People cannot follow me. So it's Banks with Sam. People cannot follow me. I don't know what kind of issue is getting in my Instagram. It's Banks with Sam.
Well, if you send it over on our little chat here we have on WhatsApp, and I will send it out in the comment section and have them at least try to follow you.
Okay, I'll just open my WhatsApp. I've just stopped screen share. Okay, just to kind of privacy thing.
But you can just send me that, and I will add it to the comment section later, so everyone can add you, and I will add it to the description as well. I will be running a quick little countdown here, and I will be back shortly, guys. All right, thank you, Samir, for joining. Take care.
Thank you. Bye bye. Thanks for having me.
All right, we are back. How's it going, everyone? Nice to have Samir on, and we're definitely going to have him on more often. Now, if you do have anyone else that you would like to see here on the live training room, let me know, and we will definitely get your favorite, I don't know, your favorite influencer. I mean, that's obviously me, but, second favorite influencer, second favorite trading guru, or whatever, write them in the comment section, and we will get them on the live trading show right here. What are we looking at right now? Which screen am I looking at? Are we looking at the algo portfolio? Yes, we are. We see that the USD JPY trade is in a loss. We have the GBP JPY trade in a small win here. That's not the one we're going to look at, though. We're going to look at the ones where we have the two open positions. Where are those? Those are right here. They're both in a loss. Well, congratulations, everyone. You are losing money if you are following these trades right here. Now, this is the trading count that we're supposed to be taking on, together with the comments. And then, of course, today I took a trade that was not with the, according to the comment section, which obviously resulted in a loss here as you can see. So yeah, great stuff right here. Vad gör du? Vad ska du göra? All right, my son is running around here doing things, and I ask him what he's doing, and he's just quiet, which makes me believe that something not great is going to happen shortly. So prepare for a surprise. Maybe we'll I have a window here next to me, and when I have these live streams, a lot of times he's just standing outside the window doing like faces, and I try to focus on my job here. Pedro, how's it going? Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning,
Pedro. How are you?
Jonatan. Good morning, everyone. I'm good. How are you? How's everything?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm great.
Right.
I'm great. Well, I've been better. I mean, it's losing money here. But yeah, better. I'll be back. Just give me a second. I'll be back in just a bit.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Just in time to save you. What's up, everyone? Hi, Manish, Vinicius, Luis. How is your week going? Let us know in the chat what you guys are looking for, what kind of trades you are looking for. Henry, my friend, how are you? What do you guys think about the market for this week? Do you think that the bottom is in place or not on the dollar, and the top is in place on the euro dollar and the pound dollar? What is your opinion for now? Bom dia, Eod. How are you? There you go. Many people in here. HE, Jai. Yep.
You have a lot of fans. A lot of fans in here, Pedro. Great stuff.
So are you in a long? Is that a long on the euro?
Yeah, this is a long on euro on that kind of like break and retest here on the lower time frames. I'm also in a short on gold. So I do like, well, I don't know. Let's see what we get here. Let's see. Let's make a poll here. Okay, so let's make a poll if we should keep this gold setup open.
Looking at.
Yes, you can go into the comment section and then vote on that poll. Should we keep the gold trade open, or should we close gold? Louis says he's short on gold. That's good. Great stuff. Yes, I am. Yes, this is a demo account. This is the demo account. You think I would gamble my whole account away to trade, trade using the comment section? I do not think so. But yeah, of course, we also have our live trading accounts, and we can look at that one as well. But I've been in the USD/JPY on that one since the 1st of June, and it would be like looking at paint drying. Basically, that would be not very fun. So what we're doing here with this account is it's a demo account, it's an evaluation account, and I'm trying to do an experiment here where we're trading together with the comment section with the chat. But yeah, appreciate the comments. I will be back, Pedro, in just a bit. Just give me a couple of minutes, and I'll be back soon.
Okay. I'll share maybe my monitor instead. All right. So yeah, you guys are saying, so you guys are okay. We're talking about gold, so we can take a look at gold. So someone is mentioning long on gold, close gold on 20, and long from 19. What is 19? 2019? Yeah, maybe somewhere in there. First of all, this is super silent. Let's just put some music in here. Second, guys. This is different. Yeah, just put some music in here. All right, this is good. You guys can listen to the music as well. I hope so. Yeah. All right, so yeah, you guys are thinking. So short on gold. What do you think about gold comes to 20? Okay, let's take a look at that. 20. Where are we? 24. 21 in here. What can I look at gold? So bigger picture, I haven't really changed my mind when you're looking at the bigger picture. And when I mentioned that is, again, I'm quite repetitive since we are here. I still look at this bigger range from this top to this bottom, and I think price is just trading in between. This low, it's kind of okay, but I still like the idea that seeing gold eventually coming back all the way close to this 3,000 mark. But we are too far away from it right now. So when looking a little bit more into the lower time frame, we can maybe start looking. Okay, maybe this is now the most recent low to this top, and eventually that can also be a destination for gold. But now price actually came all the way back and retested this bottom in here. Okay, so it respected this low, didn't manage to break it, it respected it. After that, just with this, zooming in a little bit more. Meanwhile, now just in terms of transitioning, yeah, this is maybe a little bit of what we have in here, and you're looking at this bottom, which basically already reacted from there, and we did manage to break slightly this structure. Okay, so we did manage to slightly take this top in here. So for some, this may be a break of structure. Maybe people are starting to look for this kind of a move potentially, and it could happen. This is why I don't really like to trade kind of just levels in the middle. But when I'm looking at structures in here, I could see this one, which maybe these tops in here haven't really reacted for me. I was actually looking potentially for price to go above this above top before making a move to downside. That didn't happen. That was on Thursday with NFP. But price now is reacting from an interesting level. Okay, so where this will reacted from, for me, it's okay. It's basically you have all this previous level of support. Price did kind of that manipulation, whatever, and it reacted now from this. It left this demand behind, and prices reacted from it. So it's kind of a okay low. It may not be the bottom, but then price may actually still wants to go a little bit further down. It totally can, but that's the situations when you are trading a bit more in the middle. Price may or may not react the levels, and may just find somewhere else or some other level a little bit higher or lower. Today, did we manage to? If this too loud, or I am too loud. It is a bit boring. Right now on gold, we did manage to, or did we hold it? That's the question. Did we manage to break some kind in here? Yeah, we did manage to break that top. So yeah, who knows? Who knows if from here price it wants to go higher again? Once it gets closer to this level, maybe try to go higher. But the reality is that this top in here, it's also still reacting from the supply level that was created during NFP with that move down. Right, that was basically AJ trade, if you guys recall from last Thursday. There's the beautiful trade that Jonatan took from AJ's recommendation. This was the move. Price went up and then it smashed down with NFP, and apparently there are a lot of selling orders still around there that is managing to hold price down. Yeah, I don't really have a bias. Yes, price can maybe go back to those 320. It's possible. Price can go all the way until here, can go all the way until there. Maybe price will do this first into this supply level and then drop. Who knows what's going to happen here? Maybe price could do something like this and then finally drop. Yeah. Let me see where you guys are. 1 second. Yeah, silver. Silver, I like it. I will analyze silver in a bit. Just let me know what you think about silver. What levels are you looking for? If you are looking for longs or shorts, just let me know. There you go. If NorXFX is short, I think you guys should short it as well. Okay, she has been super reliable on these scalps on gold, so she's looking for shorts from 3.3. I don't know if are you already short? What do you want to short from? 3.335. Yeah, if you're already short from here, that's a good level. Yeah, if you're already, yeah, I don't know if you got short in there or if you are still looking for shorts. One of the two. 3.345 fruit is bull. Yeah, forget about that. Universe, from where? From where do you want to look for longs? Hey, how do you watch 5 and trend at the same time? Yeah, that takes experience for sure. Bro, what strategy am I using? Market structure mostly, okay, but with a little bit more. It's market structure, but trying to understand what I can see, okay, the story around what price is doing. So I try to make sense of what actually I'm looking at, which levels are being respected, which levels are being broken. One of the main things that I look for is space, okay? I try to see where there is space available for price to move towards to, either up or down. That's based on levels being broken. I look for liquidity as well. So I take in consideration correlation and a few other things. Where do you guys have your TP? That's a good question, Luca. I enter short at 3330. Where do you want to look at? Where do you think that price goes to, Luca? What's up, DJ? What is your take on pound? Jonatan, you're back. Going to buy from. So this guy is going to buy from 3319 and TP 3342. Yeah, 3342. Is everything okay, Jonatan? You're muted, I think. And now Mike is here as well. Morning, Mike.
You rang. I'm not due for another hour and 15 minutes. What happened? He's distracted.
Yeah, I don't know. Jonatan looks serious.
He does.
And he's muted. I don't know if he knows it, but he's muted. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to buy from this level to this level. Yeah, maybe I would buy it even lower. By the way,
He's quite right, Vinicius. Where is Haresh these days? Where is Haresh? Thank you very much, Manish. Very kind of you to say so. Louis, good to see you. Nora, good to see you. Ow, that hurt. Don't hit us on the head.
Sorry, I'm trying to fix my microphone, but now it's the webcam microphone, which is terrible.
Yeah. What happened? You summoned support. Support has arrived. Or have you resolved your issues? Well, this is the content you all signed up for, isn't it? How you doing, Pedro?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you doing, Mike? There you go, he disappeared.
He's gone. He's gone. Yeah, I'm good, man. Yeah, I'm good. Working on some goodies for the for the stream. So yeah. Finally getting somewhere with all my coding stuff when I don't know how to code, which is always good. Yeah, exciting stuff coming next week. So just working through that. But then I saw Jonatan send out an SOS, so the bat signal was sent and came back in. So I can see he's hitting the microphone won't help, Jonatan. Don't hit it. I'm assuming it's the microphone he's hitting. I'm assuming I can't see. He's doing it off camera, so I'm assuming he's hitting the camera or hitting the microphone. We'll see.
He's doing all these tests.
What's happening, Pedro? What are you trading?
Okay, so what I was doing, I've tried everything. I've tried everything with the microphone, and then I see
then
that
you unplugged it and plugged it in.
No, I said maybe I can just press the icon on my keyboard it's a microphone and a line over it. If maybe that works. Yeah. So here I am. I was just muted. So unplugged everything. Checking all the cables. I'm just muted.
Beautiful.
Oh man, sounds like you're having the same kind of day as me, Jonatan.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been wonderful. No, my kid is supposed to be with grandma, and then he kind of comes home and it's got a bad stomach and it's just all white in his face, and I'm like, yeah, okay, that's maybe not great. Yeah, not good sign. So I'm just waiting for there to be vomit everywhere, kind of.
Oh, so vomit hasn't actually happened yet. You're just anticipating it.
Yeah, I'm just anticipating it. So I'm sitting here in the living room, ready to mute my mic. Ready to kind of jump off stream if needed.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, I'll come back later. All right. Let me know when projectile vomiting actually happens.
No, actually, I could actually need some help right now because I need to figure some things out here, and so I could actually need some help right now if it's not a major problem.
All right. I'll tell you what. I will stick around until LJ comes back from the supermarket, and
Nice.
then LJ will hopefully jump in.
All right. Thank you, Mac.
Because I got to sort out your other bits and pieces. So
That's right. How's it going with that?
Well, I'm pretty sure everyone's going to really like the new ticker that I've got working. Let me see.
Yeah, me too. Me too. So yeah, Louis, this is definitely a possibility. And now I hear there's kids in the backyard as well.
They're yours?
No, so I gotta go. I'll see you guys later.
Okay.
Right, this is one of the new features that I'm working on to add to the live stream. I don't know if everyone can see that.
Definitely.
That's what I'm working on at the moment, is to try and add that in. So it's maybe a little bit too fast, apparently. So
yeah, I was about to say that. I think that would be interesting to try to trade out of those numbers.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, and then there's a couple of other widgets and bits and pieces that we're working on. So
yeah, that's nice. I need to have a call with you because I haven't really tried that platform yet.
Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. LJ and I were trying to sell USD JPY, but it's coming back up again, which is rather annoying. So I had to cut my trade. I mean, I was in $50 of profit, but I was hoping to see it head into hundreds of dollars of profit. But it's pulling back again, and I don't like the way it's doing it. So I was hoping the 1 hour was going to close nice and bearish, but it seems to have stalled. So yeah, anyone else trading USD JPY?
What target are you looking for on that one?
I was looking for at least 146, if not 145.5.
Still within the structure, still
within
the short, correct?
Yeah.
So still within this level. Okay.
So, but it's alas, kind of gotten a bit stuck, and the 1 hour seems to be closing bullish again, which it wasn't doing about 20 minutes ago. So yeah, a little bit frustrating. But I managed to catch some profits from it, so I'm not gonna dwell on it, and we'll move on. So, you were looking at gold when I jumped in, is that right?
Yeah, some of the guys were talking about gold. I think Jonatan was on a gold short as well. So that's basically what basically we're talking about. But I did already the analysis in there. We can take a look at dollar yen. I think that can be interesting. Yeah, so the dollar yen has been an interesting one, especially since last week as well. There's been great moves overall on the dollar yen in the last couple of months. Basically, as you can see, there was a lot of opportunities within the structure all over the place. But mostly when looking at the dollar yen, I always like to look at the yen index first to see what direction I can expect in here as well. And that's been quite nice because both the yen index and the dollar index, as we know, has been quite trendy in these last couple of weeks, months. And dollar yen has benefited a lot from those moves. So when I'm looking still at the yen index, I think there's still a little bit more room to the downside. So I've been bearish all the way through, looking for the yen index to make this move and actually getting closer to more of this bottom here. So I was looking more of this structure. We did manage to go to the upside from here. Then we kind of went all the way back to the top in here, and you start printing some structure in here, and you start looking for shorts. And when you did manage to break this level in here, I continue to expect eventually yen index to continue to move further down, which finally happened. So it took a week basically just for the retracement. That was a really nice move. So basically this top in here, it's the same as the bottom on the dollar yen. Okay, it was created last Tuesday, 1 week ago exactly. It's exactly the same as this bottom on the 1st of July. It's when we had this top in here, and since then it was just a continuation to the downside. I was looking for price to go below this low. Price kind of start to move, then retrace, reacted nicely from the supply, and now it's moving. And I think that's maybe a little bit more of a potential downside in here. I'm looking potentially close to this level, but something that I'm looking at, and that's something that's happening now as well on the dollar yen, prices starts to slow down. Right, so we had such a massive move, and now I think it's natural that price will start to slow down. So I have this impulse move, we had this impulse move, we have the bottom in here, and maybe now price will start to slow down. Eventually may have some kind of retracement, maybe back into this previous level before maybe it continues, and potentially can even get closer to this top again. Who knows if it's going to go back again in there. I think actually that's Jonatan overall idea, because I think he's wrong from a long time ago on dollar yen, and he has a massive target. I don't know where, but maybe we can come back into this somewhere around here. But of course, go ahead.
Bro, you're like a magician with these different icons and things on your charts. How are you doing that so quickly?
No, I'm using this one. How do you call this one? Pen something. So I have hotkeys in here, and yeah. So this one is a drawing. This one is a rectangle. This one is a circle, and yeah.
I was like, my mind was just being blown away by random drawings. I was like, there's no way this guy's clicking so quickly to suddenly get all these different, how is it?
No, I like hotkeys. Even on MT5 or MT4, I do have hotkeys as well for drawing. Yeah. Which is something that's missing a little bit on TradingView, and yeah, these platforms, they should start having some hotkeys that would facilitate much more, instead of us coming down to click on stuff to have the tools ready. But just finalize, I think there's maybe a little bit of a potential move upwards on the dollar yen, but then I'm going to, first of all, move a little bit more to downside on the yen index. I'll be tracking the previous tops at this point to see when eventually we have some breakout structure. We do have a double bottom in here. That's already nice to see. So maybe we can start playing a little bit with this liquidity around this level, to potentially start having a little bit of a move to the upside. And the dollar yen, we have already kind of that manipulation in a bit, maybe with this top, but we haven't had any break to downside. So I'm going to be tracking that as well. So whenever we do starting to have some break to downside in dollar yen, I may start looking for a bigger reversal at this point. I do have a few levels in here that maybe there can be some kind of reaction. It's a bit more riskier, but I want to see. So if I do want to see basically dollar yen actually reversing by any chance, I need to see yen index kind of with the idea of moving to the upside, and then I need to see the dollar index as well with the idea of moving a bit in here as well to the downside. So one thing that I wanted to mention is dollar index and the yen index have been quite correlated, one moving to the upside and the other one moving to downside, and that has helped a lot dollar yen to move just in one direction. But for example, what we had now yesterday, it was actually dollar index moving to the downside. Okay, so we had this move yesterday, but we also had yen index moving to the downside, and all of a sudden that's the moment when you start having this ranging on the dollar yen. Okay, so I want actually to see both of them moving in the same direction, or kind of in a way that dollar yen is moving in one direction and not one dollar fighting with the yen. Yeah, so that like overall it has been playing really nicely with these moves, and when you're analyzing the dollar index and the yen index. But yeah, just to finalize, maybe some compression within this level. Maybe price can bounce. I'll be waiting to see some kind of breakout structure, not only in here but also at this level as well. With that being said, maybe there is another yen pair that may be more attractive at this point to trade instead of the dollar yen in particular, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm looking at a sell on dollar yen at the moment. We're coming to the close of the 1 hour, and curious to see whether we see I mean, it's a bit risky because we've got some higher level liquidity higher up, but I could see us potentially selling from here. Depends how this 1 hour closes. It does look potentially, I mean, these things have a tendency to bounce around a little bit, especially in the last couple of minutes of pull up my chart, sorry. Here we go. Okay. So just waiting to see if this holds or not. I mean, there's these liquidity levels here. It's an inside bar on the 4 hour. So it's a question whether it wants to take that or not. There's also an inside bar here on the 90 minute as well. So, I mean, basically what I'm expecting us to do is to ideally reject from this level right now, because we have this big engulfing candle on the 15 minute. We had this attempt here as well. You know, we've had several attempts to push down. So if this final 1 minute candle of the hour closes in a strong bearish move, then it would indicate that the bears are coming in and we're going to start selling. So it might just be a small scalpy win, but we'll see. Really what I want to see is I want to see a kind of a strong rejection away from this. These aren't bad, they're not great, but they're not bad. So just waiting to see is whether it can hold this 15-minute candle, whether it can hold or not against it. So that the 1 hour, again, this was an engulfing candle to the downside. If we can see us reacting off this wick and selling, then we've certainly got plenty of room for taking liquidity further down. So we'll see. Didn't close massively with a rejection, but I think it's enough for me to stay in this trade for the time being, and we'll see how it plays out. So yeah,
it can be bouncing again between those levels. We are literally just scalping that move. Yeah, it can be bouncing in between that.
Yeah, Antonio, Mike. One question, if I'll allow you. Of course I'll allow you. And why do I use all the time frames? The reason I use all the time frames, this is a question I often get, and the reason I use them is because when you look at a 15-minute candle, 15-minute candle is made up of 4 1-hour candles. Okay, and so they all are just divisions of divisions of divisions of divisions. 4-hour candle is 4 1-hour candles. A daily candle is however many 4-hour candles it is. What, 6? No. However many it is. Yeah, 6. It's 6 4-hour candles, right? Or however many it is. So basically, they're all made up of the same thing, and they're just rewriting the story. They're just drilling down. Whereas if you use alternative time frames, such as the 11-hour, for example, you get a different perspective of what price was doing in a particular area and what kind of structure it was forming. So I'm particularly interested in engulfing candles, like for example this one here. Those are suggestions of very, very strong bullish momentum, and inside bars as well is also something I look for. So that's basically the reason why I look at those, and the reason I look at all of them is just they give me just different perspectives, and they just give me added confluence or not, as the case may be, to decide which direction I think price is going to head. If I look at it here, for example, I can see that we've got this big long wick here, right? But if I looked at that on the daily, it's even bigger, right? And we've already started to test it. So that's basically the reason why I look at them. They just give you a different view on the charts than you might otherwise get. It looks like we have come to take those two, so that's why I put my stop just a bit higher. So we now might start to see the sellers come in. Now that we've taken those 2 liquidity levels, we now might start to see some selling pressure come in. So we'll see how that plays out. As I said, we've broken this level here now. There is also the possibility that we come up this high. So what I might do is I might close this at break even if we can pull it down, and then I'll look for another entry higher up, where I'd look for us to. I mean, we've retested this one on the 14-minute, but on the 15-minute, you can see that we're not going to actually see a retest of the wick until we get up to this level here, which is probably what I'd rather see happening. So rather than changing my stop loss, what I'll probably try and do is just close, because I think we'll probably come and retest this level here. So hopefully we do that, and then I'll just close it at break even instead of trying to just move the stops. So we will see. But GU is ripping off according to Aditya. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I was just looking at it.
GU is showing a lot of strength in the dollar. That is true. So see, for me, if you say ripping off, I understood that as meaning it's flying, as it's like it's tearing away, not falling. So yeah, not great for that USD JPY if we're seeing that strength coming back into the dollar. But let's see. Hopefully I can bring it back, and we'll end up without too much of a significant loss. Well, actually, it's really only going to be commissions I need to worry about for this. So yeah. News-wise, have you looked at the news today, Pedro? Seen what's happening in the news?
Yeah, there's not much going on. I think actually the main ones are on Australia and New Zealand tomorrow in regards to interest rates. In regards to the US, this week's quite slow. Basically, there's nothing aside from tariffs. Which is basically we have the deadline. In theory, it will be tomorrow, but he already postponed it for the 1st of August. Yesterday, start sending those letters, right? It was Japan, South Korea, and some other 13 countries that yesterday started announcing them that you'll get extra tariffs if they don't do anything until the 1st of August. That's basically it. But it's going to be honestly quiet. We have the FOMC meeting minutes on Wednesday, but that doesn't really bring much volatility. That's just a summary of what they talked about already 2 weeks ago. And aside from that, there's nothing. It's a quiet week.
Saw the news. LJ, he'll be on in a little while, but he was looking at obviously the RBA. He's out in Australia, and he actually took a contrarian trade. So he said 95% of orders or 95% of the market were expecting RBA to lower their rates rather than to hold them, which is why we saw such a spike. Whereas LJ actually anticipated them to hold the rates based on his analysis. So if you didn't catch that, ask him nicely, and he might explain it to you later on in the stream. Otherwise, go and check out the ABL stream from this morning, and he goes through his analysis as to why he thought differently than 95% of the market, and obviously did very, very well out of it as a consequence. So yeah, that was a good call. Basically, based on what they said afterwards in the press conference, that they still want to see more data, right? They still want to confirm that actually the inflation is going in the right path to the 2.5%. So they kind of just postpone it. New Zealand, for example, today is expected to hold it after they've been cutting it for the last 4 or 5 meetings. So it's going to be interesting. But of course, Australia, especially now that Trump is back with some tariffs, or the deadline is back. It's going to be affected, especially with whatever they do with China as well. So I'm gonna get taken out on this one. What I wanted to see. I was hoping that we were going to get a pullback lower so I could get out break even, but it seems it is not meant to be. We might just close here and just take the hit. Yeah, it's not.
Do you usually do that in terms of active trade management? Is that something that you can do instead of letting price finally reach your final take profit, the stop loss? Earlier?
If there's a trade like that, then yeah, I'd rather just cut the losses at a lower rate. When I'm seeing arguments against the trade, then essentially, what I was looking to do was to close it at break even, right? Because I anticipated us going higher, and breaking the trade idea. I think now we'll probably see a reaction from this area here on the 15-minute. So within this wick. So if we do, then I'll be looking for sells in and around that area. But at the moment is negated 1-2 areas, which isn't really what you want to see. So we'll have to wait and see how that one plays out, because there is still other areas to target higher up. And if we go to the 4-hour, we've still got a bit of a way further to go to come into this zone here on the 4-hour, which was a previous engulfing candle up here. You can see there, and it wasn't respected. It was smashed through, so that I still believe that there's orders sitting in there. So it hasn't been respected, and we've not had any major significant reactions from it. So I still think we're going to still going to go.
Yeah. Someone had mentioned before in terms of not this one, sorry. It's kind of a supply at 147,350, which maybe close to those levels that you just mentioned before. Yeah, 147.
Yeah, I think 147. Yes, there will be supply there. But the thing is that if you talk, look at it just from the 4-hour about what it's been doing since basically the beginning of July, right? It just has kept on going. You know, even just from yesterday, 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, it was such a big move yesterday on the daily candle that I don't think it can just sustain just such a impulsive move. But we'll see. You know, trade what you see, not what you think, and yeah. If you catch your wins, you catch your wins. So yeah.
Yeah, there's a short order 14650. Yeah, it's slightly higher above the top that we're having here. Luis, where is your target for that trade? Where are you placing your stop loss on the trade as well? Yeah, and then you have Buzz that's saying, yeah, dollar index created a gap overnight. Maybe it's going to go there and fill that gap. It's on its way to go towards there. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think
Mohammed, sorry, I'm just referring to Mohammed. Our chat is not clear to you. To who and what do you mean by the chat? If you can explain if there's a problem with the microphone, let us know. I'm not getting any issues from Pedro's. Pedro, I'm assuming you can hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you okay.
Yeah, so if there's something wrong, then let us know. But yeah. Okay, Jonatan's confirming that audio and video is clear as well by the sounds of it. So yeah. Question on gold. It's now reached 50% retracement on the lower time frame. Possible continuation above 3,330 to the high at 3,344. Let's have a look. What was that on the 15-minute? It has come into a nice area. I think we've still got a little bit lower to go. That's my personal view. I think we've got this level here on the, what was it, one of these time frames, 14 hour, no 18 hour. So 18 hours got an inside bar just there. I think it'll probably either wick away from that or certainly take it, but at the moment the reaction isn't strong enough for me. I'd want to see it come in and retest this particular wick and shoot off to confirm whether or not I want to take that 3,320 area. That's what I can see. Yeah,
it reached the 50% retracement now. If you consider yesterday's low, and yeah, yesterday's lows and high. But yeah, it's a bit in the middle. It can go a little bit further down. It can go up from here. It can do a few things in here. I think some of you guys are trying to go long a little bit further down. Some of you guys, I think, are already in the short. Maybe looking for targets as well a little bit further down. Yeah. We have in here. Actually, I'm mentioning sell gold until 3315. Yeah, potentially. That would be a little bit further down. Do I know him, Jonatan? Was he talking about the audio? Is he talking about the chat or the chart?
I'm not seeing your chat. It's foggy.
I think it's chart.
He's talking about the chart.
Yeah.
I can't really do much about that, unfortunately. That's down to the streaming platform.
Yeah.
What is it you're watching on, Mohammed? Your chart, yeah. If you're watching on your phone, then don't watch on your phone. If you want to see charts, then don't look on your phone. Look on a TV or a laptop or a PC. Question concerning a competition. All the traders must be a scalper. Then, if we look competition rules, no, you don't have to be a scalper. The competition rules and details are all in there, so have a look. But no, you don't need to be a specific scalper, but you do need to manually trade. You can't use EAs on there because we had people abusing it previously when they did some tests, using EAs that were just placing like endless trades left, right, and center. So they removed the option to have EAs on there. So yeah, and Nora, it was indeed the 3310 was. It still is, frankly, elite. So yeah.
Yes, it did. I think it was my worst one ever.
Imagine trading on a Nokia 3310 with Snake interface.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly that. USD JPY is, I'm just got that on my MT5 on my other monitor, and is continuing to go higher. So I'm starting to think that we might be waiting to see us come into this area here. So the kind of the 146.6 area, and react somewhere within here. So I'd need to go in and do a bit more of an analysis onto that one to see what might remove it. But you've got Euro USD up.
Yeah, I do. It's actually reacting from nice level. What do we have on Euro USD? Yesterday we managed to break some structure. So we're starting definitely to create or to break some lows. We had that initial we actually have quite a few lows being broken. We had started to have these ones, and then with NFP we had this one, and price hold that level that was created in the moment of the NFP move. And now we had another move down. What's interesting on euro dollar, actually, we mentioned that last week, to be honest, there must be someone in the Asian session that was really interested in selling euro dollar. For 3 days in a row, they sold it at around in between 2:20 a.m. to 2:40 a.m. I'm talking about GMT plus one London time. So basically, they sold it in here. This was 2 a.m. in the morning. They sold it in here. This was again 2:30 in the morning, and then they sold it again in here. This was again 2:30 to 40 a.m. in the morning. So there must have been a big player that was really holding euro dollar at 118, or slightly higher than 118, and didn't let price go anytime higher than that. And then the last sell-off, it was around the London Open on that day of the NFP. Since then, we've been moving to the downside. So yeah, whoever's managed to sell in here, congrats, must be in profit, and who knows where the target is going to be now. But we are indeed starting to break some structures several times by now. To be honest, I'm not a big fan at this point where the low is reacting. I think we can actually starting to move even a little bit further down. What I don't really like about this level is that we are already creating way too many. The retracements already reacted from the previous supplies. So by any chance, I could still see. So if we're talking about euro dollar, dollar index, pound dollar, I like the top. I think the top is a bit further away. I don't think price needs to create a new high. Dollar index, I like the low is also further away. It doesn't really need to create a new low. Euro dollar, if it by any chance euro dollar comes up and creates a new top, I wouldn't be surprised with that. So across these three pairs, euro dollar to be the one that I wouldn't be surprised if you do create a new top in here, but maybe you don't need to do that. This is a nice supply actually where price is reacting. So I think as long as we keep holding yesterday's top, I think we are okay, and price can continue to move forward down and maybe getting closer to this somewhere around here. Maybe somewhere around this level. Who knows? Maybe you can, if you do find whoever sold euro dollar at 118 and hold price 3 days in a row in there, maybe if you can call them where they take profit is, maybe we can benefit from it, because maybe that's where price maybe starts to move to the upside from there. But yes, I think we are entering into a potential reversal situation in here on the dollar, as a consequence also on the euro. Another pair that I'm looking at is tracking quite nicely is the euro index. I think the euro index is going to give a great clue to when we may have actually a bigger move as well. Euro index has been moving quite bullish all the way since June as well. So we also managed to break that top. There's no information at least on this chart, anything to the left side. So it's just maybe lack of data. 1 second, yeah. So just finalizing here in terms of the euro dollar, I'm going to pay attention to see whenever we did manage to slightly break below this low, but we still respected that demand zone. So I'll be much more bearish the moment that we actually break this level. I think you are free to go here, to go even further down. But from this level, maybe euro index also can find some selling pressure, and if that happens, then euro dollar is going to move down, and other euro pairs as well may move to downside. We had, for example, yesterday it was a nice move in here. We had euro Aussie, euro CAD, even euro dollar as well moving to the downside. So I'm tracking this one. I think that can be a great confirmation to eventually when to look for really strong selling opportunities as well on the euro. And the other euro pairs as well, euro yen being in addition to that. But I think it can go down. All right, I noticed that mic left as well. So Vinny, okay, Raphael is here in the house, fantastic. Vinny says, you guys getting on track? I don't know what is that. I had sold Tuesday high and close an epic candle, so good trades. If you did that, that's a great trade. Aussie, yeah, Henry can look at that. TJ, yeah, someone had mentioned DJ before. Let me just bring that one. It was a long time ago. Luca, he mentioned that he's short on pound yen, and if anyone else is with him. So now we have also Dev mentioning about pound yen. So Dev, what is your take? Are you looking for shorts, for longs? What do you think about it? So let me know what is your take. You can look at that at the pound yen, just to finalize it in here quickly. Pound yen, then we can maybe go pound dollar. Yeah, pound yen is moving to downside. I think it's overall a bearish move on the pound today. We had pound dollar as well. We have pound yen. We have euro pound moving to the upside. So overall, is a bearish move on the pound, and the pound yen is getting really close to these tops. Again, bigger picture, I still think that pound yen will end up breaking these tops based on what price did in here. Okay, where price is reacting from these extremes. Price did manage to break the structure. So I'm looking for pound yen eventually to move higher. Well, maybe not so high, but at least to take that top. But this is daily, weekly time frame. So of course, when you're looking into intraday, we can have some opportunities and you can have some reactions from it. So trying to see where price is reacting in here on the left side. So definitely you have that top in here, right? And price basically is reacting from this last supply level inside that zone. And now see in alignment with this left shoulder. So when you're looking at this level, maybe if price does break this level, which maybe it's going to do it, since we already actually broke it before price make that last move, or that move to the upside. So maybe we can look for pound yen to potentially get more into this next structure and maybe break this level in here. So I could see that happening. Is there any new opportunities for sales if price does want to retrace back into this? Is there anything that you can look for? Maybe in here can still lead into potential sell opportunity. Maybe that can happen on the pound yen. Yeah, so I think short term it can have some selling pressure. A bigger picture, I'm still bullish. So if price by any chance comes back closer to the lows or whatever, I think there's an opportunity to continue to look for longs in here, which can also go into alignment again. If the yen index also has the intention to actually continue to move down, maybe pound yen also can have that consequent move more to the upside. But this move today is mostly because of the pound, not because of the yen. Yeah, because you can see which pound is just falling, and yeah, that's basically what's going on in here. What is your take on the pound? Have you been looking at pound, Mike, or not?
Pound has just been really sensitive lately. Just really, what's the word? Surprisingly delicate, I think is the right word to describe it. You know, the stoicism that you'd expect from the Brits, just not happening. You know, finance minister has a tear in her eye in Parliament, and suddenly the world's coming to an end. You know, just I don't know. There's something. You know that I credit the current UK government of at least trying to do some fiscal, kind of policy that is sensible and live within their means and all this sort of stuff. But the reality is that they've got a poison chalice. They've got an economy that's been gutted and was left underfunded for way too long, and now the timing of them coming in and taking over, they just haven't got anything to really pump in. Given the world's situation, the geopolitical situation, it's very, very hard for them to generate any income with the way things are on a wider geopolitical scale. So, pound is theoretically should be showing some strength compared to what's going on with the dollar and everything else, but it's really struggling, especially when you compare it to Euro USD. Euro USD seems to be much more have much more of a base than the pound USD. So that kind of correlation between the two, I'm not seeing it as strongly as I used to. So might mean that Euro GBP is an asset to look at as well for potential opportunities. So.
Yeah, no, Euro pound definitely has been quite interesting recently as well with some of the moves. The pound again, it has been such a big move. That's again terrible for anyone that is in UK. It's terrible, especially when you're getting paid in dollars and getting payouts and everything else. When you're making the exchange, you're getting another like 10 or 15% discount or kind of reduction of when you're exchanging into pounds, anything. So I do want pound to go down. It's about time. Hope it continues to go down now and the dollar gets a little bit stronger. But overall, I'm bearish now. I really like top where price reacted. It was such a mismanagement trade-off for me from the top. I think price has everything to go further down. So this is actually the space that I'm looking for. So I think price can actually fill out all of it and come back into this close to 132 mark. Of course, first and foremost, we still have this low in here, but this is already even the break of this low in here. So I think eventually price can naturally move further down. Of course, now we do have still this structure that needs to be broken and before price continues to move down, and price can do many things in between here. I actually would like to see price maybe taking these lows now and eventually finding a little bit of strength and then finally selling off again from somewhere in there. That would be even my favorite type of a setup in here. So I could try to find new selling pressure from somewhere around here. But overall, I do think that pound can have this bigger move, and looking at this level in here as a potential target for this move to the downside. I like on a higher time frame where price is reacting. it's basically one of the last supplies within all this structure. We talked about that several times. Price hold it, respected quite nicely, and I think it could actually go further down in here. So yeah, I was even looking to see price actually would go there. It's another, I think it's the second bank holiday in the US that you think that the market's not going to move that much, and actually creates a top or a bottom exactly on that day. I didn't really focus. Yeah, NFP, it was Thursday, blah blah blah. Friday, okay, I kind of disconnected a bit with the market, but in reality, it was there were good moves actually on the 4th of July, even on the indices. Right at this point, it's still the top that was created was on the 4th of July, or kind of Thursday night into Friday, which is starting to. If this continues, I'm going to actually be quite serious in terms of trying to look for opportunities on bank holidays, because I think it was the second bank holiday in that, in theory, market would slow down or not have much volatility, and the top or bottom was created exactly on that day. Yeah, so this was a nice move. Price now is just melting down, and we'll see what will happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, Euro Pound is one that was on my radar. Oh, it actually held that level. Nice. Yeah, price is now getting back into this structure. I tried to look for initial shorts, but I didn't really get it initially. So I wanted to see when price made this move on Thursday or Wednesday, when there was that situation in the Parliament. I was looking for a new fake out of the top and then the move to downside back into the structure, but that already happened. So I'll be tracking Euro Pound in this case to see how it will react as it gets in closer and closer to these tops in here. But yeah, but maybe there's more opportunity to look for longs. But yeah, Euro Pound has been, yeah, when you see this divergence on Euro Dollar and Pound Dollar, you have opportunities on Euro Pound, which is also an interesting pair to look for. Yeah, that's yeah. We have also dollar CAD. Good reaction from those lows. Again, another one that moved on the 4th of July, basically, or yeah, Thursday to Friday. Price respecting this level on the dollar CAD. To be honest, price could already show even more strength from where it is right now. But I do like the fact that we created now this double bottom in here, and you may have a little bit of a new demand zone, a little bit deeper. So this is already kind of a 4-hour or daily demand zone that maybe price is reacting from. It's a good level, but maybe there's something inside here that price could potentially fake out this double bottom, and then finally go. Maybe take liquidity from these two, and then finally start having a bigger reversal from here. So that's still on my radar as well, to pay attention. So yeah, this offering also nice opportunities. And dollar from Swiss as well. I think the bottom maybe in place for now. Yeah. Anything else that you guys silver. Let's just look at silver, because silver is actually something that interesting for me. So silver, I've been bullish. Not that I've been trying to look for longs, but I've been waiting for price to go higher to start looking for shorts. That's what I wanted to say. So I've been waiting for silver to go above this top, which is around maybe 37, close to 375. And I'm really curious around 380 or 38 in this case to potentially start looking for shorts. We're getting into this higher time frame level, and I think there could be some interesting opportunities. But I have this in mind as well, where basically silver made this move to the upside and it retraced all the way back into the demand zone. So just as a normal kind of market structure kind of a move, price already retraced this, respected it, so it never broke structure. Okay, price never did this, and now it's coming back into the top. So the likelihood of we having another move like this may not be the case. Of course, in the lower time frame may have some opportunities, and that's what I'm going to be looking for. But overall, maybe bigger picture, you may have a continuation that is maybe price could challenge really the high there. But we'll see. That's way too higher time frame, maybe on the weekly or monthly scale. More into the lower time frame. I've been waiting for actually silver to go above this top a little bit higher and then try to look for short. So that top means this line in here, really close to 37.5, 37.49. And you start to slow down. You can see that price is starting to slow down in here. So price broke a top, but then retraced straight away. Maybe even managed to already break a little bit of a structure in here. And I'm going to be waiting to now we have even kind of a double top being created as well. So it's even more interesting to attract more people to try to sell it. And I'll be waiting for that type of a move to then look for a short, maybe closer to this 35 mark again. So that will be one trade that I'll be paying attention on silver. It's on my radar. I have alerts already in place, and I'll be tracking it to see. If you're looking more intraday stuff, maybe this high that was created in here maybe can still hold as well. Maybe for some this can even be a quasi-mode pattern if you want to. But I'm looking more of a bigger picture pie, and that bigger picture is actually to go and take that top on the left. So that's something that I'll be tracking in here. Yeah, that's silver for me.
Sorry, Pedro, I am paying attention. I'm looking at the USD JPY still, trying to see if it's finally reached the high or not. The 1 minute looks more promising. The 5 minutes somewhat, but I'm not. I don't think we're ready just yet. I think we've still got a bit more of a way to go. So yeah, just keeping an eye on it to see how it's moving, because we've also got the daily candle as well to keep an eye on. So yeah, just
keep us updated on the dollar yen. Yeah. Void is in the house as well. Fantastic. What's up? Yeah, Luca mentioned that he entered. Okay, yeah, because we talked about the pound yen, so let's see where you entered.
See, the only problem with pound yen for me is that they're if you look at the strength scores right now, they're cancelling each other out. So I don't know if you're going to get much movement on pound yen. That's the only thing. If you look at the current currency score meter, they're both very, very weak. So I'm not sure as a currency pair whether you're going to get that much movement in there, because normally when both currencies are weak or both are strong, then they tend to cancel each other out a little bit. So yeah, I'll be quietly cautious on that one, trying to find that. But sorry, you were saying, Pedro?
Yeah, no, that's a good point, and that's exactly what I mentioned. What time frame were you looking at in there? Was it more daily?
That was on the current daily time frame, yeah. So as in current live strength scores.
Yeah. Whose chart is this? Is Jonatan? Jonatan just pop up his chart in here.
Oh. There we go.
He's still on that trade. Yeah, today is mostly, I can't see the twist move in there. I think it's mostly because of the pound. I don't know if there was any news regarding to the pound or not, but the reality is that we are seeing a lot of bearishness on the pound, and pound yen is also benefiting from it. Just to finalize in here, so where did you enter? You entered 19917. Yeah, somewhere around this level. That's where you entered. TPS 198.29. Yeah, could go. It's basically what I mentioned as well. I think that's closer to this structure in here. Yeah, I think you can go. I think you can go there. Of course, we do have a little bit of destruction here. Maybe we can have some reaction. If the pound dollar also starts reacting, maybe that can have an impact. But maybe pound dollar is going to go all the way until it takes this before it actually has any kind of bullishness. So yeah, it may benefit from that move to the downside as well. Yeah, I think you are well positioned, Luca. I think that's a good trade that you managed to find. Yeah, so Joy is mentioning that yeah, dollar yen is still going. Void is waiting for gold to show me moves. Was in the middle of a swing. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Pardon. That's why I don't really trade gold that much. Gold just loves to be in the middle. What are you looking for, Void? When you say that you are waiting for gold to show some moves, what you would like to see? And are you interested in looking for longs or for shorts on gold? Yeah, sorry, silver is creating a small resistance, but I think it's bearish. Yeah, I can. I think it could go intraday. I think it can have that kind of a move, but bigger picture, that's my idea for silver. I would like to see silver going above that that level, and after that we could find some bearishness. Yeah, you can look at the indices. We haven't looked at the indices just yet. We have some amazing trader on the back end right now joining us, so and I'm curious to see what was his thought process for the Aussie. To be honest, before we look into the indices, let's take a look at the Aussie. There you go. Big LJ, what's up?
How we doing? How we doing? Good to see you, man.
Yeah. So I heard that you predicted correctly against everyone else the decision from the RBA today of holding quick interest rates. I'm curious about why did you think about that, and did you trade anything regarding to the Aussie on that with that move?
Aussie dollar, yeah. So jumped in half an hour, 40 minutes before that. Yeah, went long Aussie dollar. So
I'll leave you guys to it. I'll be back,
which is good.
I'll be back in 20 minutes for the ABL session. All right,
mate.
Cheers, LJ, mate.
All good, bro.
Yeah, to be honest, the Aussie pair that I was more focused on was actually the Euro Aussie, more even than the Aussie dollar. After that, after this move to the upside, we kind of took all these stops. I was actually looking for a potential short. I was looking just a little bit higher, but I was looking to see how could I participate. But it was a nice move actually yesterday. Yesterday I had a busy day. I didn't really pay attention to. Didn't really manage to spend much time looking for trades. But I would have been interested in trying to sell from there, and I think we could come back in here. So yeah, I think even pound Aussie also may have provided pound Aussie as well, but really close also to the top in there. Yeah, that's interesting.
Just let me see if I can bring this stuff up.
Yeah, bring yours and explain your thought process and why did you think that that interest rate will stay the same on Australia?
Yeah, give me a sec. I've got like a Word doc that I went through, put together. So I'll see if I can get that up on here. Hang on.
Okay. And did you explain your gold trade yesterday or not? Did you say that you're about to explain on Monday? Did you explain that? Because I didn't see it.
No, I forgot about that yesterday. But yeah, we can do that as well. Let me see if I can get this Word doc up because it won't let me share the actual like word. So I'll have to bring it up on a tab somehow. Just give me a minute.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. There you go. Many people saying hi to you. There you go. Lawrence. Yeah. Waiting for gold. Yeah, that was the other one. All right. So yeah, before you do that, another part that I was looking for to zero card. What's doing zero card in here? It's still in the range. But yeah, looking at the indices, they're starting to slow down. Like, so we managed to finally broke new all-time highs on S&P, NASDAQ, Dow Jones is really close as well. Let me just take a look at the VIX. Because the VIX continues to hold this level at around 15, 16 mark. And as long as it keeps holding this level, I think you can have then some bounces, and that means kind of the indices to go down. You even have this gap in here. Maybe VIX wants to come back into this 19.5, and that could be eventually for the indices to have another leg down. So yeah, we'll see how price now of VIX continues to trade within this range. If it continues to even go further down, then eventually, of course, we're going to have a new bounce as well in here. But I still like this level. It's been holding quite nicely. The VIX in here. So when you're looking at the at the indices. So we have now S&P making that move. This is a nice demand zone where price actually ended up reacting, making out this move to the downside. Again, this was somehow created close to the 4th of July. I think we're going to have a new all-time high in here. So eventually I would like to see price starting to take that high, going down again, going up again. Basically I want to see price starting to slow down a little bit. Anytime it breaks all-time highs, to find straight away selling pressure, and then to find a new breaks of structure to start opening doors for a potential move to downside. So I want to see something like that happening in here on the S&P before a major or a bigger move to the downside. Maybe there could be some shorts from this level, maybe at the top as well. I don't really look for shorts at the top at this point. I think eventually we're going to have new all-time highs. Actually, when you have that ready, let me know.
Yeah, ready. Sorry, I was just getting anything
go ahead. Okay, let me just start your chart then.
All right. First of all, dude, the pound.
Yeah,
it's getting clobbered today. The bonds are falling off a cliff again. So that seems to be what's driving it. They're down almost 1% now, or 0.7% today. So no love for the pound at the minute. As far as that, first of all, yeah. Hey guys, how we doing? Sorry, distracted getting everything up. But yeah, as far as the is that showing? Hang on, show this tab instead. There we go.
Yeah, okay, now I can see. Yeah.
Yeah. So this was the stuff I went through for the RBA today. So just given where we were, it was kind of similar to had the similar view on payroll last week, where I felt, stuff is being mispriced. So I was sort of thinking along those lines, and I was looking at, the rates odds. We're looking at like 95% odd, and I'm sitting here going, obviously being in Australia, like we're doing pretty well now. Like that doesn't really seem to add up with the larger, economic situation right now. So very similar to the Fed in many ways. Australia has like dual mandate of inflation and employment, right? And so at the minute, this first chart we have basically shows unemployment rate through other various growth slowdowns, and you can see we're down here. Like we're very steady, very healthy right now, and the RBA expected unemployment at this point to have reached 4.5%. We're still only sitting at 4.1. So that doesn't indicate a cut from there. Dwelling prices, so obviously housing in Australia is a very big component. It's absolutely obscene now. I think Sydney's almost taken over number one for most expensive housing in the world. So house prices have been lifting again. And then mortgage arrears, though, are pretty flat. So as far as that portion of the economy, going pretty well. Obviously, the central bank is not going to be trying to determine house prices or push them one way or another. That said, being such a massive component, they do have to at least have it in the back of their mind. They won't sort of say that they will, but kind of inverse to the US debt situation. Australia government debt to GDP is very low. It's like 39%-ish. But as far as individuals, we have some of the highest debt to income ratios in the world, which is because of that housing component. So you've got that stuff there. Then you've got the sort of financial stress type stuff here. So we have seen, household disposable income come off since COVID. Obviously, that's part of, people go back to work, start spending again. Everyone is at home, not spending the money. And then on top of that, you've got rates having gone up. And so a big portion of that off-tick is mortgages. People's mortgages basically doubled since. So you have had more calls to National Debt Helpline as well. So similar to the US, you are seeing a bit of that stress in the consumer coming through. But if you look at it from like an economist perspective, just like those at the RBA, they're going to say that they've got to win. Total triumph for them. So they got inflation brought under control with virtually no rise in unemployment or mortgage distress. And as part of their dual mandate, inflation and employment currently sitting at 4.1, far below their 4.5%. You've also got another inflation print on 30th of July. You've still got the tariff stuff going on. In order of Australia's biggest trading partners, it goes China, Japan, then Europe and US are kind of and then Korea after that. So, I mean, there's been more of that popping off right now. So if you're sitting there as a Reserve Bank member, everything looks pretty good. Why would you cut rates at this point? So thus, given markets pricing 95% odds, that seems sort of maybe a bit off. So then on a risk reward basis on that, taking the other side of the trade, seeing as it was very, very priced in. So if you did have that, you're going to get a very large result. So yeah, that was pretty much the stuff I put together for that and decided to take.
Yeah, it makes sense, honestly. It looks like quite the Fed, to be honest, in terms of in that regard. Maybe there's pressure from outside, maybe for them to cut rates, but overall, based on the two mandates that they are looking for, inflation and employment, they are steady. Like they don't need to force it. And as you mentioned, Australia is going to have an impact as well. Even yesterday, Trump threatened again Japan, South Korea, whatever, with a potential increase of 25 tariffs. So it's going to be interesting to see what will happen there. So then, when you transition into the charts and when you're looking at the Aussie dollar in that moment, what was your thought process then? Like, what you in the moment of the news? Because there could be always spikes. Like, yes, you can have overall the direction, and sometimes even when you're looking at this situation, maybe the initial movement can be in one direction, and only afterwards price can go and reflect exactly what the announcement was. You see so many times that happening on the Fed, even unemployment and so on. Maybe initial reaction, maybe again, bad news, good news, bad news sometimes can also play nets there. But yeah, what was your thought then on the charts?
Yeah, exactly. So I was looking at kind of a buy the rumor type, sell the fact type trade prior to the meeting, and initially I did expect we might indeed get the cut. Just seeing as like the Fed has started to also signal that they want to start shifting that way. We've had a few other central banks cutting, but I was kind of sitting there thinking about, I'm like, it doesn't really make sense. And then so scrapped that stuff together, did a bit of research beforehand, and then decided like, look, that's so fully priced in that even any movement on a cut is likely to be fairly shallow. And given that is very much priced in, you're unlikely to gap off the move as well, because it's fully fledged in the market. So basically we had this structure coming through here. So just entered 30 minutes before, around here at 65.13 or so, stop just by this prior little block here, and then just look for the bit of a drive up just below this this prior cluster of price before we sort of waterfalled off, right? So yeah, just based on that basis of probabilities and where market positioning already was, I just felt that was the play to make, because the decision otherwise was to obviously wait for the release, see if we get a slight tick down, and then enter, say, somewhere down here around close to 65 and look for a move back higher. So, but yeah, that was today's trade. So there we go.
Yeah, it was good. I like the fact that actually, I can just 1 second, just a quick thing here. I like the fact that price activity, even when it was making this move down, it had already started to break some levels. So initially broke this one, and then even before that, actually managed to break again. Before then, the final move up, like you entered somewhere in here, I think. Yeah, I like the fact that price actually, and sometimes it happens many times, even before the move, price may actually break that previous structure, just kind of to start giving the signal that it wants to go in that direction, basically just to continue. And that's on. So actually, just before the news, like 30 minutes, 15 minutes before the news, actually price end up respecting or breaking that level, and then here we go.
Yeah. So it was a somewhat similar structure to that gold trade last Thursday before the NFP, right? And similar basis, you sort of had the technical structure there on that short-term time frame, and then with that macro fundamental backdrop, everyone looking for all these cuts of the government jobs. Obviously, we had the weaker private payroll number, but the government jobs are still pumping out, right? And I think part of I think a number of people seem to have, and you'd think, institutions, banks and stuff would have a better handle on some of this, but how things are calculated, they haven't fully been fired. They're sort of like told to step aside. They give them the 9 months, and then per that as well, it's, you know, Doge was Department of Government Efficiency, not just culling everyone. You know, that's very much the public headlines, that kind of stuff. But, you know, in reality, they're shuffling things around. And so you're getting heaps of hiring in other areas, and you're just getting cutting in certain places. And the whole point is, yes, efficiency. So it's more of a shuffle. And so that was that same sort of concept with gold. Last week, we had that sort of structure coming up that I was looking at, you know, say no news, I'd be looking to short that. News backdrop, having put together the numbers. Again, fair trade there. So.
Yeah, definitely. And it's true. I think it's incredible how the data is still so incorrectly priced in, kind of the NFP and so on a monthly basis. How cannot kind of provide a more reliable number anytime the numbers come out. And no,
it's definitely a bit of a random number generator. The NFP.
Yeah, it's incredible. And then everyone forgets about it. Like when next month comes in a revision, like it's always kind of lower than expected, or more than the number announced last month. But then no one really cares about it anymore. Everyone is already focused on the new number, and it keeps on going like that. And then I think then they reduce to kind of two things to calculate that number as well, because sometimes even you see kind of higher numbers of NFP, but or even lower numbers, but the overall rate of unemployment actually kind of doesn't go in alignment with the number that just came out. Sometimes a higher number and the unemployment still goes up as well, or vice versa.
Yeah, exactly. And that's
just
where,
depending on where they calculate.
Yeah, and you get shifts in participation rate as well. Every month, you know, people just dropping out altogether, not looking for work, and then they decide, okay, no, actually rates are still higher for longer, blah blah. They get pressed back into it. We've had a lot of chopping and changing with that as well. You know, a lot of people sought to retire early after COVID because we had the massive stock market runs, that kind of stuff. Then we had rates go up massively. Obviously, slightly different rate structure in the US where people can, you know, lock in those mortgages. Australia, for instance, has them full floating. So then people hit that mortgage stress and price pressure, and then realize, okay, I actually need to work another 5 years before going to retirement. So there's still a lot of sort of shuffling around with that. So a bunch of the calculations are a bit off as far as data collection and stuff.
Yeah, that's why it's important to not just look at the number itself, but also try to get into the details of the report, even between private jobs, kind of public jobs, and so on and so forth. Then for the job openings also has been decreasing. I think actually the last 2 months actually it was higher. But that just shows as well that maybe people or companies are not hired as much. Is like, so basically, what will be the normal transition? Like people initially, like if everyone is hiring or open to hire, even as a person that has a good job, maybe it's going to try to jump into another competitor just to get even an increase of salary, whatever. So that stops happening. So people are not starting to hire as frequently, but doesn't mean that you're going to lose your job. Like you just stay where you are. More often. So it's just the hiring process that starts to slow down. And then eventually, the worst case scenario is when people actually, or companies actually start with layoff. So no one is hiring and now starting with layoff. Yeah, that's going to be a big problem in that moment.
Yeah, exactly. That's where you can look at the quits rate for that stuff as well. Because obviously, you know, typically if people are quitting their job, it's because they've got another job, and typically that comes with some kind of higher salary. That, and then with the ongoing employment claims as well, just before the payroll, that week we did actually have a slight dip in them, whereas each other week we've sort of gradually increased. So yeah, on the collective outlook, that's where the macro fundamental stuff can generate some trade ideas. So
is it a cut? Am I missing correctly? Do you have a cut as well?
Yeah. She's a menace. Okay. She destroys my runs all over the keyboard, destroys my trading all the time. So.
Yeah.
Normally she's banned from being in here, but she always sneaks in. Yeah, see, now she's on the chair. There she is.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, they're the best traders. Yeah, it's incredible. I have two cats. One of them is like, it's incredible. He just sits at my desk, stares at me. In the past, he knows, he knew what was triggering me the most, So like what was upset, like if I was not to give him attention, what would make me like really upset. So we'll just come here and he starts scratching my monitors like every time. And but it doesn't just scratch it, scratches, but he's looking at me from the side, kind of, okay. Can you pay attention to me right now?
Yeah.
It's just incredible. Finally, I think I kind of remove that bad habit from him. But another thing that he does, like when he's angry, he just sits on top of my keyboard and everything. Like literally doesn't let me do anything. He just sits here, stares at me, and that's it.
Exactly.
Yeah. But you learn a lot with cats, to be honest. Like I think they will become really good traders in terms of the patience that they have, the routines that they have, how patient they are to just before kind of hunting. Yeah, they know exactly.
My cat's terrible. She's lost me a lot of money running over the keyboard a number of times. So she's a terrible trader. Absolute menace. That's the problem. She comes in here just like a wrecking ball when she wants attention, just knocks everything around and stuff. So.
That's great. What else are you looking for today?
Today, I mean, I'm keeping an eye on dollar yen to finally come off, but it's been a pain. We're just not quite getting there. So that's sort of what I've got my eyes on, as well as, I mean, a bit of a potential turnaround in euro dollar after this big pound fall off.
Let me just bring our chart. So just stay on the dollar yen. So what are you looking for on dollar yen? Because Mike was here as well. He was looking for shorts. Just try to understand a bit your thought process on the dollar yen in here.
Yeah, so I entered in here, got stopped out just earlier on that guy because we're just running to the highs again. And basically, let me go to higher time frame. We've had this, we've had pretty large run up. I would have liked to see us stop a bit earlier. That corresponding with the DXY, if we go over here, we had this sort of wedge that we've been formed and running down. We've tapped into the top side a number of times over the past couple of weeks. Here we got the more tariff headlines coming out, sort of pumped up, and we've got this gap over here from the other week. So that's sort of what we've come in to fill and now come off. We have, I guess, technically a gap from today as well. We seem to be closing that out. So I'm wondering if from here we then now finally see dollar yen come off, euro dollar come up. Overall, yeah, still very much in favor of sells across the board on dollar yen. You know, we have these up runs, but then very, very heavy runs back off. Right now, I got so many drawings on here, it's probably makes it difficult to see. But yeah, I just think we've probably extended price a bit for now. Obviously, that's on the back of the new tariff stuff. We've also had bonds coming a bit lower today, so hence US yield up. So therefore, obviously, dollar yen very yield heavy, yield centric focused currency at the moment with the carry trade. But yeah, ultimately, I would be looking for this to stall out somewhere here, whether we get like sort of a bit of a blow off top just above here and then roll back, or if say if euro dollar, so we get like a double top here and then euro dollar manages to find its legs, move back higher again. Similarly with pound stabilizes. Who knows if that'll happen right now. It's getting slaughtered. It's honestly overkill for what's going on. But we have come down into this lower sort of demand area on the pound as well. So I'm looking for a bit of a fake out move on dollar yen and then reversal. So
do you pay any attention to the left side? Kind of try to see any area on the left side that maybe price can react from, or you just focus more on what's going on at the moment?
Generally, I do. Yeah. If we go over there, I'm sure the drawings are gonna make it difficult to see.
That's okay. I like the way you kind of, even on the dollar index when you had kind of gap, like is it a gap? Yes, no, kind of. I like your drawings. It's just how your mind works, which is nice.
That's my Picasso. It's Art Attack over here. So. Yeah, so as far as right now, we don't have any like particularly great levels. Like there's just kind of this like the candle there, the body of the candle. But that's my only unfavorable look for this trade at the moment. Obviously, this would appear as though you want to take another run higher. However, I'm just not seeing that. as far as dollar yen, just as far as the fundamentals and that kind of stuff. Similar to when we've had these drives up, we then get sold very heavily, very quickly. So yeah, typically yes, dollar yen slight exception at the moment, just because we have continually had that sort of activity. And so, I mean, what was it yesterday? If you go put this on hourly, I think we had like 16 hours just straight of upward price action. So I think it'd be pretty natural to get a bit of a pullback from here, and then potentially you could move on. I just feel very dubious as like further hype on the dollar yen for today. So yeah, I'm looking for failure just below the top, or else a double top, and see where we go from there.
Yeah, I'm looking quite similar. I still haven't jumped into any shorts just yet. I see prices are still respecting previous structure, so I didn't jump into it. And I'm looking at the yen index, and I think there's maybe a little bit more room to the downside. So I'm looking as well. So I've been quite bearish on the yen index, and the consequence, the yen pair is moving to the upside. So I'm waiting a little bit further down to potentially look for a long, or at least also some signs of reversal in here on the yen index that can also lead me into shorts on the dollar yen as well. So that's yeah, I'm not expecting dollar yen just to move in a straight line towards that level. So I'm expecting also some kind of moves in here, and maybe even to test this previous level before maybe jumping in. So yeah, I'll be looking at that. Well, it's 12, so we have ABL time right now. So we have our great gift and Griff, and Mike behind the scenes. So I'll let you guys be for the next schedule. So guys, thank you very much for today. I'll be back in here on Thursday, and of course on the Portuguese channel still today at 5 p.m. So thank you very much. I don't know if there's going to be anything running before, or if you guys, okay, there's going to be. Mike is not in his head. So yeah, so do you know which one is it? You guys can arrange that, or yep, yes, he's saying. So thank you very much, guys. Enjoy, have a great trading day. Bye bye.
See you, Pedro.
Bye bye.
Hello.
There's an intro, isn't there? How are we doing?
All good. How are you guys doing?
Very good, Griff. Very good. Always a pleasure to see you, mate. How you doing?
I'm good. I took 2 trades before you asked, and they both lost. Before you celebrate too soon.
We've broken Griff. We've forced him to start taking trades, and we've broken him. What have we done?
I thought I'd get that out of the way right at the beginning.
Yeah. Fair enough. Griff, that's well, I was going to say it's good to hear, but it's not good to hear that you've obviously that they were losers. But yeah, maybe you can talk us through them. But apart from that, all good.
Yeah, all good with me. Just a bit tired with the newborn, but otherwise I'm surviving. How are you both faring?
I know the feeling. Yeah, good. My brain isn't braining for the last 2 days, so I'm barely functioning, if I'm honest. So I'm not quite sure how I'm actually standing at the moment at my standing desk. I'm not quite sure how I'm even going to do that right now. So
your brain may not be braining, but your legs are legging.
It feels more like my legs are lagging rather than legging. They feel like an indicator right now. But it's all good. We've got Oscar, we've got Eden, we've got Louis, we've got Marina. Good to see Marina. We've got to see Hippopotamus. Hippopotamus, I'm still waiting for your offer of the domain name. Just putting it out there. Henri. Yeah, we've got loads of you guys in today. Make sure you hit that like. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. We are not that far away from 80,000. So 80,000 subscribers, and that's the next target for giveaway. So yeah, we're gonna. I swear to God, we're gonna hit that 100,000. I reckon by the end of the year, easily.
It's going so quick.
Easily.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I think it's just gonna keep going. So yeah, guys, if you want us to keep doing giveaways, keep doing the special events and everything else that Jonatan keeps producing for you, then make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Make sure you hit that bell button so you get notified of every time we go live as well, because there might even be surprise lives going on. I know Jonathan's keen to do Fridays and all sorts of other things. So if you're not already subscribed with the notification bell, make sure that you are. And if you're there, if you're hanging around and thinking of subscribing to maybe some other channels that might be even, do I dare say it, even better than the 5ers live stream, like one of these kind of up and coming channels where nobody really knows about it. It's kind of like a hidden gem. Well, it would be remiss of me not to mention the AlphaBeta Lab. You can come and join us in our free community, education community, where we have free courses. We've got courses being completed at the moment. We've already got live courses on crypto. No, crypto's coming. We've got psychology. We've got fundamental analysis. We've got technical analysis. We've got all sorts of weird and wonderful things in the pipeline as well. So make sure you come check us out. And YouTube and Twitter, you can find us on the AlphaBeta Lab. Very, very simple. So we'd love to see you. We'd love to see our numbers pump up on there. And yeah, if you've been enjoying the analysis from LJ for the last little while, then yeah, you get plenty more of that over on our live streams every Monday to Friday, because we are 5 days a week, because we're not slackers. We are live every Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. UK time from Monday to Thursday, and then 11 a.m. UK time on a Friday. So yeah, I mean, really, that's really where it's happening. Let's be honest. So
yeah, dude, my computer's having all sorts of gremlins at the minute. As soon as I came on the stream before, I was just freaking out and nothing loading properly. I don't know what's going on. So.
The last couple of days, like ever since yesterday, computers are just they're against us. Yesterday, my mouse wasn't working. It's all going a little bit peak tong, as they say. So yeah, Henri says we just need Anastasia to join. Anastasia, we know that she just brings the calm to the system. She brings the what's the word? The serenity and the professionalism that us degenerates just can't produce. But yeah, anyway. So Griff, maybe you want to tell us a little bit about your trades that you took that became lessons rather than winners. Let's look at that.
Yeah, sure. Before the reason I've got this chart up is because last week around here we were talking about USD JPY shorts, and I said, oh, there's actually a continuation setting up right now. And I watched this continuation and I realized this is why I don't trade continuations on USD JPY, because my continuation pattern, which formed over here, was the bottom. It went the other way.
That is not what we want. That is not what we want.
So maybe instead of, when I see a continuation short on USD JPY, I should actually be taking buys, because this would be a great trade otherwise.
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, USD JPY at the moment it was looking really good for me and LJ this morning. We were both in a sell, and it's not doing what it's meant to be doing. It's not listening.
That's how it goes. I think you guys are too early. You know the future too far in advance.
We know too much. We need Trump to just wake up and post a random, derogatory tweet or something that just scares everyone into thinking sell the dollar, and then we'll be fine. But until he does that, we're stuck waiting for the Japanese to stop being so strong, or stop being so weak, should I say?
Yeah.
So yeah, a bit of technical, like we were saying this week, sort of a bit more technical. And right now, it seems to be bond market that's sort of tilting currencies. Same thing if you look at the pound. That's why it's come right off. The bond market's having a bit of a hissy fit again. So
it is indeed. It is.
Gotta wait for that to turn, I think, before we get short dollar yen now. So
yeah, exactly that. But yeah, tell us, Griff, the lessons learned this past week. What were they?
Lessons learned, just keep going. I was looking at these trades, and although they lost, there's really nothing wrong with them. So I took this flag on EJ where we've got this pattern, the lower low, high high, lower low, and then entry candle. I'll draw that out here. So there's the first pullback, and then the lower high, and then we break. I should probably zoom in a bit, make it a bit clearer. And then we break this flag low here and get the entry candle. And this is where I entered. I think I used a 20 pip stop because my normal stop losses are looking pretty small at the moment. Price action looked good. We had this V and a range. This is high probability price action for me. We sweep this low. We're already in this larger uptrend as well. Before this kind of push up, it was looking likely that EJ would reverse because we were breaking these highs and retracing. But I think I've said before, where quite often we can get a channel and then a push up. So that's kind of what I was seeing that here on the higher time frame. So yeah, I entered just after spread hours, which is also a great time to enter because it's just the beginning of the Asian session. And unfortunately, this time it went straight against me, which is completely fine. Ultimately, it did continue higher, if I recall correctly. So a larger stop would have done well in this situation. But yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes. And then the other trade I took was on NJ, which was at more or less the exact same time, just a couple hours earlier. And this was a continuation. So we've got the push up, we've got the pullback, we've got the continuation higher, and I'm looking for a retest of this previous high. In this case, it's the inside bar. So I had my order set 1 pip above this inside bar around here. I think 12 pips was reasonable on this pair. Yep. So I used 12 pips. Same price action. We've got this this in price action, which is the most important part. Arguably, the entry is not important at all. It's all about price action. We've got this V, the range, and a push up, which is high probability pattern for me. And then we got the continuation pattern. I got tagged in, and it went straight against me again. So similar scenario, both trades buying a JPY pair. But yeah, that's just the way it goes sometimes as part of the edge. And one thing to keep in mind is that although this is 2 consecutive losses, it's 2 losses on separate currency pairs, which I would say are independent of one another in many ways. I don't really put too much weight on currency correlation based on the way that I backtest. In my backtesting, I'm backtesting currencies independent of one another. So this is just 1 loss on 1 pair as opposed to 2 losses is the way that I'm kind of framing it in my mind. But yeah, there you go.
Interesting. Curious, did you use the strength scores at all to give you any kind of
Yeah, well, that's why they lost, wasn't it? It's the first time I've ever looked at them.
Right, I thought so. Yeah, I knew there was going to be something to do with it. I thought so. Those of you who don't know,
I didn't this time.
The running joke is where I get trolled and ridiculed for my, I wouldn't say my love of the strength scores, but my fondness for the strength scores. You know,
Shubham in chat about 8 minutes ago said that he tried the currency strength meter and he loved it.
See,
there you go. You got a fan.
Shubham,
you got a fan, Mike.
You see, this is the same guy though that I'm pretty sure was derogatory about Jonatan's hairline as well. So
not a great first time.
I don't know. You know, if this is kind of like trying to lure me into a false sense of security, or I don't know.
Your hairline's next.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah. But I'm glad to hear it, Shubham. If that is indeed the case, then I'm glad to hear it, my friend. So I mean, this week we haven't had much news. Obviously, we had an NFP last week. Griff, you looking at anything this week from a technical standpoint? As we were saying, it feels like a very technical week this week without too much economic news planned. What have you been looking?
This week so far, before I have a look, it's interesting that you mentioned NFP, because normally I do not trade on NFP Friday, but NFP was on a Thursday last week, wasn't it? Which was quite interesting. I don't think I've ever had an NFP on a Thursday, but it meant I got to trade and take an execution like on Thursday evening after NFP had happened, which I don't normally get an opportunity to do because it's right before the weekend. Yeah, I thought that was quite unusual. Do you know why NFP was on Thursday?
It was July 4th on Friday, so it was Independence Day on Friday. So that
makes sense.
Nothing is going to stop the Americans from celebrating July 4th. Not even NFP. So
not even NFP.
And nobody wants to declare or announce NFP on a Friday, because then where would be the fun in that? Nobody can trade it if the markets are closed. So so they moved it to Thursday. So no, you're right. I don't remember. Well, LJ's been trading long enough. I'm sure it's been on a Thursday before, at some point, because
I think with some other, not with July 4th that I can remember, but some other, other large holidays or whatever. Sure, you can go back and check. I've definitely had it on a Thursday once before, but it's rare they line up, right?
Dinesh is saying, I need a point of view from you guys. Sometimes I can predict the market very easily and trade goes good. But currently every trade is going wrong. But the good thing is I'm not taking any trades. So not sure what, I mean, it sounds as though your trades are going wrong, but you're not taking the trades. So it sounds like you're doing all right, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So I assume must be like,
why, I wonder.
Leveling out trades, trade ideas, but they're not taking them. But it's taking them. The ideas are not coming.
Yeah.
I wonder why he's.
If you can explain, Dinesh. Yeah, because why aren't you trading them? Like, because maybe there's something subconscious that's telling you don't trade these because they are bad trades, and so therefore, you're okay. Does that make sense? I don't know.
Confusing. I think
it's like a double
he's
negative.
seeing his patterns, and sometimes they work, and recently they aren't. But he's not trading. He's just watching the markets, perhaps.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe.
Dude, my computer's wigging out. I don't know what's going on.
Don't worry, you're all good on the live stream.
Update drivers, because my live stream here is like flickering. It keeps just blinking.
Gremlins are all over the show at the moment. The sooner we get off,
I'm finding it so distracting.
The sooner we get off StreamYard, the better. That is all I can say. So yeah. I can even give everybody. Should we give everybody a sneak peek of what it's going to look like?
Yeah, I'd be interested actually.
Is Jonatan? Jonatan, if you're there, can you let me know? Can we give everybody a sneak peek of what I'm kind of putting together for the live stream? I don't know. We'll see. See what he says. Computer problems are not good when trading, and bad internet connection is sometimes catastrophic. It is indeed.
Oh yeah. And blackouts as well.
Yeah, exactly. Sanj is back. Good to see you, Sanj. Sanj is saying Trump wants rate cuts desperately. So why do the US keep imposing new tariffs which make investors rush to the US dollar as a safe haven? They keep strengthening the dollar, which is stopping cuts. LJ, this is surely your territory. I wouldn't even bother to try.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say making anyone rush to the US dollar at all. We've seen it sell off massively. So we're actually seeing a bit of a rotational shift into a more mixed, broader overall asset portfolio allocation for, whether it's banks, pensions, hedge funds, a lot of them, right? So hence we've seen euro dollar as a perfect example. We're seeing down 104, 104.50. We're now right up here, right? Touched 118 the other day. So I definitely want to say dollar is strengthening at all. We've also seen, obviously, dollar yen has come right off and stayed sitting pretty low after, we're at those 160 peaks. We've seen very much a shift in dollar momentum. So if you take a look at the dollar index and you'll see where we've come off since Trump's big tariff day. So yeah, as far as the Trump wanting rate cuts, the Fed and the government are separate, right? And so people's concern with
Trump, they're meant to be separate.
Yeah, they're meant to be separate. They still are separate. That's why Trump doesn't like Jerome Powell, because he can't sort of puppet him around. So that's what people's concerns are, that Trump is going to put someone in that is really just completely in his pocket. And then obviously now you've got the mixing of government and central banks. They're always slightly in cahoots because they have to work together, obviously, to some degree, particularly when there's like financial instability or economic crisis, something like that. But beyond that, it's very much everyone stay on their sides of the line. So, yeah. But yeah, even as far as safe haven stuff, I mean, people have jumped into gold, is pretty clear. Like, people haven't really moved into the dollar. They haven't moved into bonds either. And it was actually a bit surprising seeing just how little willingness there was to shift into US bonds when we did have a lot of this chaos, including the some of the sort of war instability that we've had as well. So
just to kind of highlight what LJ is talking about in terms of the strength or lack thereof in the dollar, these were the highs in January, right up here, and it's only gone one way since then. So and this is what let's not forget, this is what Trump wants. They know that they want a weaker dollar, right? They do not want a strong dollar. They need a weaker dollar. So this all plays into the wider strategy. Whether it goes straight down from here, I'm not so sure. I feel as though we are going to come down and retest this kind of 95, just below 96, before we see a little bit of a pickup again, and then I think we'll see it further a drop down. That's my personal opinion. But yeah, and Danny's saying Trump is just making threats. He keeps delaying the imposition of the tariffs. Yeah, well, what's it called? It's called the is it the madman theory, or the madman something or other? I read somewhere.
No idea.
The approach that he's taking is like that. Basically, nobody knows.
Do you mean Madman, like the show?
No.
Is this a name for it, or is this just a? Oh, there's something completely different. Okay.
There's a name for the approach that he's taking, and it's something like the madman theory, or the madman
fallacy.
Yeah, basically where he's
using, trying to keep everyone off kilter.
Yeah. So he is basically, when he said before the Iran bombings, where he said, I might do it, I might not. It was kind of like he's essentially trying to say to people, I could do anything. And, he's essentially trying to keep everyone on guard. It's working with the allies, ironically, but it's not working with the historic, let's say, adversaries of the likes of China and Russia, because they're just calling him out and going, all right, then, go nuts. Like with Putin. Putin's just going, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
So it's interesting how the ones that you would really want it to work against, they're just calling his bluff and saying, yeah, okay, go nuts, be crazy, do what you want to do. Whereas it's the reasonable allies who are going, hang on a second, why are we getting pummeled here? That's the one. Thank you, Danny. Yeah, the madman theory of Nixon. That's right. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. And Sanj was saying, thanks for the explanation. I misunderstood because of lower time frames. I thought gold lost about $100 from the recent high because of US dollar strengthening. I still have a lot to learn. We are all learning, my friend. We are all learning. So no worries about that. Your favorite, everyone's favorite, the Aussie dollar against the US dollar. LJ, if your screen isn't flickering,
yeah, I mean, as long as it's not flickering on the screen, it's flickering on my screen. I don't know I don't know if I need to update drivers or something. I have no idea what's going on.
But I do have my accountant calling, so I'm going to be back in a second.
Okay. Yeah, Henry, I did actually enter long here now. just earlier though, down at 41, just down here. Because we've not come off at all. When we had euro pound drive right off, we just stayed higher. So I was definitely, like we were saying before, I was looking for a bit of a pullback first, but we've just maintained that strength. So I think next point of call is definitely higher. I'm looking for somewhere up here between 70 and 80, right? So that comes in line with, if I grab that guy, sort of that cluster of higher trading up through here. So yeah, we'll see how much momentum we can actually get, or if we just punch on through here, get sort of a double top with the spike high and then come off. At the moment, across the board, I'm not really liking much of the price action generally, just as far as like a conviction standpoint. Like we've had the euro dollar finally find a base and turn around here. Pound seems to have at least come down to this sort of lower supply area. But yeah, I'm not seeing much overall conviction across the board. So I got most of my trades in earlier today, fortunately. But yeah, I think Aussie dollar higher, definitely the way to go, Henry. So I come up to, let's go to 4 hour. I'm going to have to remove some of these drawings. It's too much.
Picasso.
Yeah, at a certain point though, they become just too heavy. Oops. Come on. There we go. Get rid of the fib. So yeah, that sort of upper box here looks pretty reasonable for today, and then that would be the underside of the old channel that we broke as well and came down from. So yeah, fair trade. What else we got going on? What was Venetia saying? My opinion, Trump is good for retail traders, brings volatility on the market. I like it. Yeah, I mean, if you can manage the volatility, then yeah, definitely good. It's been more active recently, which is nice. Some people hate it though, so it's going to depend what like strategy you're running as well. Like what about you, Griff? Like, have you preferred this recent spout since Trump, or you'd like to go back, 9 months and
Yeah, I think I would. It's because the volatility is great, like for gold, the lower time frames, for scalping. But for me, it's not great because the direction is like so unclear. Like one day you could be like it's a very clear uptrend, and then the next day is a very clear downtrend. It's just all over the place. There's no consistency, which is difficult if you're taking swing positions. So for me, I think I'd prefer without all this volatility. When he was first elected, I was quite excited. I thought it would be a good thing. But the markets have actually been way too choppy for my trading style, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm sort of a mix between the two, I think. I kind of, some days I'm like, yeah, this is great. Other days I'm like, oh, we should just go away, right? Because as well, like you get so many beautiful technical setups, or else the other macro fundamental data, whatever's going on, you're like, okay, great. And then he just comes in and railroads everything, right? And just like we were talking about before about that sort of unpredictability of it, that has made it very wishy-washy the whole way through. So I generally prefer slightly less. Sort of in the period we're in now is pretty good. Otherwise, at least per my usual trading. So like through the Trump initial kickoff, I had to swap strategies to get things running. So
I see. Yeah, that's interesting.
What was sorry, yeah, go on.
I was just going to say, recently I've noticed this pattern playing out over and over again, and it does relate to volatility. Maybe I can share my screen.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, yeah. Are you able to transfer it over?
Yeah,
Thank
you. Go.
Yeah, just recently, this is something I've not really picked up on previously, but when we get price action like this, where there's like a V, where we get a momentum down and momentum straight back up again, I've seen this happening over and over again, where we get these kind of candles. I think we had it on EU. Yeah. I'll see if I can find some other examples, but most of the time when I see like a really big impulsive candle down, and then we start retracing it aggressively. This is just such an easy entry to go higher, like a 1-to-1 or a 1-to-2, because so often we will retrace to the neckline. So if you start seeing like a really strong pullback, like just aiming for the neckline, or even like I was saying, you can get a range and then a continuation, so maybe aiming even higher in this case, like up to here. Yeah, I've just seen this playing out so often. I'm just thinking maybe there's an entry there, particularly when we're doing this into like a, you know, maybe breaking below a low, or making breaking above an old high. This EU one is the most recent example I found. Like I would say at this point we're not really seeing a shift, but at this point it's quite obvious to me that we're going to be retracing back into the range. And yeah, I just think this is such an easy entry. What do you think?
No, I agree, definitely. That's definitely one of my favorite patterns there as well. Looking for the retracements like that. Particularly the other day when we had that fall on EU, it was a bit overcooked. We sort of we're coming off, just hit sort of that technical level, ran through, everything else reversed as far as other correlated assets. So yeah, perfect one there.
And it goes in line with the Trump kind of like volatility, because it's just when price is chopping, basically, you're just getting a big direction in one move and then a big retracement in the other way. Like it makes me think of like what happened on what we keep seeing on the S&P 500 on like the higher time frame. You know, like you just get it everywhere. There's a V here, there's a V here, there's a V here, there's a V here, there's a V here.
Yeah.
You know, just these moves, super easy. Just buy with a huge stop loss and hold it. I just feel like that's such an easy entry.
Yeah, especially those down moves the other day, like you can see there on S&P as well. Yeah, that was the tariff headline stuff last night, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, again, any of those overreaction moves, very good to fade. That is one thing I have liked about Trump, I will say, because there has been a lot of you get those very highly emotional trading decisions, right? The same when we were down, 25 odd whatever percent on the indices, right? It's like, is this really right? Yeah, and then stuff gets mispriced, and then you can take advantage of that for sure.
Yeah, I think I'm going to look into that a little bit more, as I've spoken about like trading sweeps, which I feel is a little bit too vague, but I really like maybe adding in a filter of sweeping a level, but it has to do so with this kind of volatility. I think that's a really high probability way of just a great little entry when it's ranging, which I definitely need to introduce if I find the time to backtest.
Yeah. I was just going to say,
what is going on with the USD JPY? Sorry.
I don't know. It sucks, honestly.
This was not part of the plan.
No,
This was not part of the plan.
Yeah, it was just there as like the pound took another little bolt off as well. I don't know at this point. We see, as far as the currency side of things, like bonds and stuff seem to calm down. So I think we're getting into that digestion point for the currencies where they often sort of further trace on and kind of overcook the move a little bit, and then all of a sudden we get that reversal. Dollar yen right now though, like we're just powering through. So yeah, I'm not gonna re-enter dollar yen at the moment until we get like a sort of confirmed candle on like a 1 hour or something. Because even for like small retracements or like pullbacks, like sort of like scalping, that kind of stuff, we're just not getting anything. That momentum's just going ham. Yeah, Danny was talking about euro dollar as well. Look, I would want to buy through here just as well, considering like the pound dollar, like these especially the pound dollar right now, this is not really warranted per what's going on. Like it's a bit silly. And then of course, euro dollar being drawn down by like association. You know, there's a bit of a shuffle around because of some of the tariff comments from last night, but like I would want to be going long from here, with the caveat that today, yeah, we are getting some, you know, a bit peculiar momentum. You know, like dollar yen still punching on through here is a bit a little bit odd, to be fair. So I'd just be careful with that. But I mean, if you got triggered there, look, run that stop. Yeah, I'll put it on the chart. What were we saying? 3-1. Basically where we are. Just run it just a touch below the wick that we created just earlier. As far as upside targets, I'd be looking somewhere in the top end of this box, so somewhere around 117.80 if you want to hold that long. If you're looking for something a bit shorter, say coming into the US session, I mean, really depends if we get that momentum. I wouldn't really want to be taking this trade unless you're looking for full move up to 117.70, to be honest. Otherwise, you might get, yeah, part way up to 117.50. That sort of round number again. But yeah, overall, I'm not a super fan of the structure right now.
Do you think dollar yen might start to sell now? We've got this tiny little pocket that I'm just keeping an eye on the 1 minute, and we may have seen the top. I'm not certain of it because there's still a zone higher on the 4 hour, but we may have seen the top. Just seeing how it reacted on the 1 minute. So
yeah,
what's the currency strength meter saying?
It's not the currency strength meter on this one, I'm afraid. Sorry to disappoint you, Griff.
You got to add that confluence in, whether or not it's the top.
No, that's yeah. Sometimes you just got to go with your gut, you know. And I'm feeling like having some sushi right now, so I'm going long on the yen.
Yes.
So
for dollar yen, all I can see is really that where that candle opened there on the daily, about 146.60. But that's the trouble up here. I mean, it's a massive air pocket, really. You know, there's just nothing as far as liquidity really until we get into that higher range up to 148. You know, I don't believe the move just powering on like this is sort of warranted. But that said, yeah, I mean, there's nothing really up here as well. Basically would have liked to see this pause somewhere in here. First point of consideration down here, 145.85 or so.
Yeah. And
back into 60, and then T2 down here at 25, which is just by this head, which is the spike high from payroll. I wouldn't be surprised if like we get some sort of just a bit of a fake out blow off top here, and then we just like collapse. And that's kind of what I'm keeping an eye out for. But like, it appeared as though we'd actually run further earlier a number of times, but we're just not getting there.
Yeah, we've basically wicked, well not wicked, but we've just very gently rejected the level where price flew from on NFP on Thursday. So that's why I'm trying to see if I can catch a very quick scalp on it. We'll see. Otherwise, it's just going to come and take me. But that's basically where I'm seeing the opportunity.
Yeah, because I mean, this over here was the NFP pump, the drive there, and so yeah, just trying to see if we can get a pullback there, but I don't know. It's just really doesn't want to do it. I mean, you go to the 5 minute, this looks like we just want to keep climbing. So I think I'm just gonna keep an eye to the side of it right now, but I'm not gonna re-enter anything for the time being.
He's gonna leave me to be the degenerate on this one.
I'll probably just stick to the Aussie trade. I might consider a euro trade somewhere here if we can find another little foothold through price action here on like a 5 minute or so, and then see if we can move up. Then I might consider a long on euro dollar.
Degenerate skills are proven. I've just blown through that trade, destroyed. But you win some, you lose some.
It's just, I don't know, the drivers are pretty peculiar. I mean, we've got like slightly thin liquidity still, because there's a lot of people that go away for July 4th and then they don't actually just come back on Monday, right? They take a extended holiday, use the weekend portion and come back in 10 days. You've also got European summer at the minute, right? So there's a bunch of people away from desks as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if that general.
Not all of us. Not all of us.
Yeah, not all of us.
Still here.
Do you guys think Born in 2944 is okay? Or is he just telling us about lots and lots of higher highs?
We're not sure. We're not sure whether he came via the TARDIS or some other means. He's been around for the last week or so. We do worry about him sometimes, but
that might be his last word.
We figured if he's from the future. Oh, there we go. We figured he's from the future, so he knows. He knows what's coming and he knows what's happening. So we just let him. We just let him just in his own little 2944 world.
I wasn't sure if his head had hit the keyboard and that was it, or if it was like higher highs, higher highs, higher highs, higher highs. I wasn't sure which it was. Seems it was a trade analysis, comprehensive one.
Yeah. I think Tiago was saying as well. Yeah, is the US dollar yen move happening because of the Trump 25% tariff? Yeah, part of it is to do with that. Like last night, how when we first had the announcement come out, US dollar yen tanked initially, then we ran right back up, then we fell off again, then we ran up again, down once more, and then made its way higher. So obviously, extra tariffs on Japan, not good for the yen, therefore sell yen. But I mean, it's been unwarranted for the full drive of the move. We've had bonds shifting around today as well. That seems to be adding more in totality, because that's coincided with the recent drops we've seen, euro dollar, pound dollar, and then dollar yen continuing to stay high. Every time it has come off, we've seen then bonds shift a bit further, and then dollar yen's gone back up. So like we're saying, no real news, that kind of stuff. So we're just pottering around with whoever's in the market today. I mean, let's have a look at indices actually. Indices kind of the same deal. We're just chopping about. There's no real clear one way or the other.
Gold has broken the low.
I would argue. Yeah, gold. I'm still in a gold short. Yeah.
Gold
I'm not super confident, once again, that we actually get down here. It seems as though we want to make that distance, but again, we're just sort of wafting. So
tapped into a little pocket there. So gold actually might start to buy again.
Sorry. There you go, Mike.
So we tapped into, we've taken this level here, which was an 18-hour inside bar. Tapped into this little pocket. So now creating a structure to go higher. So yeah, looks nice for buys. It says as the buyers come in.
Yeah, it's sort of. I mean, yeah, like the gold price action the past couple of days is, I don't know if this is just because some years we get this when you come into European summer, and we do just get this kind of lethargic, semi-choppy, not high conviction directional trading, where we'll have like a sort of impulsive sort of drive and then just sort of chop about and then it'll just come off. And I don't know if that's something we're getting this year again, because we've seen more and more of that the past sort of week and a half, 2 weeks now.
Yeah. Shakes, we're not using any IC. We've talked about ICT so many times in this stream. None of us are ICT traders. ICT just packages things up in different names and different wordings and everything else. None of us really care. So
yeah, I'm just going long till the end at this point. Forget it. We're just driving on. Might as well.
Yeah. Gold looks good. Did anyone catch that gold buy I mentioned? This little structure here. Looks like a nice high to target up here because it's a perfectly equal high. So you can see it's coming back into this 328 area. If anyone did catch that buy. What's ICT? Exactly. And of course you did. Of course you bought it, Georgie. I know you're not. I hate ICT, but what's with all the fundamentals and zero price action?
What?
Not sure I understand. That makes 0 sense. Yeah, I'm totally confused.
DJ was asking, how do you translate bond market news / data into charts? So basically what you're looking at generally is yield differential. So like if you have the bond yields of one country going higher than the yields of another country, then it's going to have a lean to that currency moving up. So sometimes you can see both the yields going up, but then, you know, one will be outperforming. So say if you got US yields doing better, you know, Euro yields doing a bit worse, then you'll see Euro dollar coming off. Now, there's an exception to that because sometimes yields will be driving higher, right? Because people want to be paid more to take on a certain amount of risk, right? So that's the exception. So if you go look at, say, the gilts right now for the UK, the bonds are coming lower. That means the yield is going higher. Now, typically, given that, I would say pound dollar goes higher, but right now it's getting smashed because the reason that the bonds are trading that way is out of concern and risk. So, you know, investors want to demand to be paid a slightly higher yield in order to compensate for that change in risk.
Yeah.
So you always have to take them in with a slight context if there's, you know, something larger going on with, you know, government spending, that kind of stuff. That was, in particular, one of the things that helped hit the dollar of recent was when the bond market started sort of freaking out for a period when, you know, you had Elon doing Doge stuff, Trump saying all sorts of things. And there was sort of an exodus from the US bond market because people were getting worried. Whereas normally you see a move to those safer assets like the US.
Yeah, exactly. And Shakes, all I would say to you is LJ, literally, I've seen the receipts, has made 7 figures in trading in his career. If not even, actually, no, it's probably 8 figures.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't, my math isn't mathing today. So if he says buy a downtrend or sell on an uptrend, he's saying it because, you know, he's spent 13 years analyzing the markets and has a reason as to why it's happening. And it's not just a random statement. But of course, if you have your own way of trading and you're profitable and you're making lots of money, then come join us in the streams. You know, Jonatan is always looking for more people. So send us an email. Yeah, no, guys. I was just going to say, send us an email, and Jonatan will have you. So yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say as well, that's the other thing. When we go across lots of this stuff, we're trying to do like multi-time frame, because there's a bunch of people in here, right? So some people are sort of scalping a bit more. Some people are intraday, right? Some people are looking just through the session in the next half an hour. Other people want to take swing trades that can be over the rest of today's session, like through London, through into New York, or you can have like a 3-day swing or a 7-day swing. Right, so we're also looking at things from every single angle to try and accommodate everyone in here, and help out with what each and every person's like individual outlook and strategy approach is. So when you look at something on one time frame, it's going to be uptrend or downtrend. Another time frame is completely different, right?
Precisely that. What do you reckon, Griff? What's your thoughts? LJ and I tend to talk a lot, and you tend to nod and criticize my strength scores.
My thoughts on the variety of trading on the live stream.
Yeah,
I think it's a good thing. It can't hurt, right? There's so many different types of people watching, all trading different strategies. So I think it's great to have different ideas, because you guys give me new ideas. I hope I give you new ideas as well. Makes us all grow and become better traders.
Doesn't mean that you use the ideas that I give you, but whatever.
I listen though. I take it on board.
Whatever,
I consider it, and then I say no.
Whatever. It's fine. I don't care. See if I can. It's whatever. But mine's flickering now as well, LJ. What did you do?
I don't know what's going on, but it's particularly me sitting here trying to look at this stuff. It's constantly flickering or like freezes, and then as well when I'm trying to move my charts, I don't know what's going on.
What did you do to my computer? It started flickering as well now.
I sent you a virus, sent you some malware. There you go. Just had to share the love.
Yeah, you see, and born in 2944 is saying, no, you don't. You just listen. Yeah, you just listen, and it's like, oh, Mike's on about some random strength score again, whatever. He'll shut up in a second. See, they know you already, Griff. They know you. You're only with us for an hour a week, and they already know your game. They know your approach to this.
They're in my head.
They are in your head. They're in your head. And there's another prediction. I do love it when we get these predictions. Here we go. LJ, Aussie US dollar is going to pump right now. I don't know.
Going to pump right now. I mean, we're coming off.
I don't know what he means. I don't know what he means exactly by right now. He says right now. He said, I mean, can you define right now? Does that mean this very second, or is that within the next 5 minutes, the next hour, the next 2 hours? Is it today? I'm really curious.
We're just chilling, consolidating this high move at the moment. You got, we pull back a touch here. Euro dollar's coming off again. Pound's now at least calm, it seems. Yeah. But euro dollar's taking another leg. Dollar yen's still sort of running on. We paused slightly here. This is right at that 60, 62. I was saying with that other
reckons in the next 5 minutes.
Okay.
JP
that was the
flying
body open of that that other candle. So we've come right up to there to pause, like I was saying I was looking for. We'll see if we get a drive through there, or if this is where we actually fall off.
Yeah, JPY, USD JPY is just not stopping. Not currently showing any signs of stopping at the moment.
But yeah, Aussie dollar. I mean, despite the drops in euro dollar, pound dollar, dollar yen coming off, running up, I should say. You know, Aussie dollar's consolidated these highs pretty nicely from the RBA statement today. So even New Zealand dollar's ran back down as well. Aussie dollar, because of that, has managed to sustain these highs, consolidating this area. I would like to see a move higher from here, given that price action. I said it's Aussie dollar as well. I mean, you come towards the New York session, it often has a tendency to get sold off, particularly if we get another Trump headline or something. You know, it's going to be susceptible to coming back down. But yeah, the price action overall today is a bit mogged.
A bit meh.
Yeah.
We need the meh indicator to improve price action, maybe. Thank you very much, Akram. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it was a quite nice one on gold. Every now and again, I do pick them. Not often that I do, but when I do, my goodness, they're a corker. Pound CAD. We looked at this yesterday, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Jump over the chart for a sec, Mark. I'm just adjusting some positions.
No so pound CAD, we I think it was around about here. Yeah, it was here. We were looking at it yesterday, and we were looking for longs potentially, but it just stalled, and the pound just couldn't find any strength, and it's come off again, as you can see here, pulling back down to the wider structure on the fibs. So you can see we're just still sitting in this wider range, this wider structure. We might test these lows and push on high again, but it's, as LJ says, it's all a bit, the markets are all a bit sticky at the moment. You know, they're meant to be technical to a certain extent, but they don't really feel it right now, I think is probably the way I'd describe it. At least that's my view. And pound yen, we're probably seeing a bit more of a move. Yeah, we've got a bit more of a move on pound yen just because of the yen and how it's performing. Yeah, maybe reach the top. I mean, you've still got this major liquidity level up here, so I would be very, very careful, because we're in this pocket here where we were previously at resistance and now we're in support. We've had an engulfing candle here. This could easily form into one. We've got this inside bar. Looks like it could go long, but again, just think about the ATR on the day. I mean, actually, for this one, it's actually probably not too bad. So pound yen could actually probably have more legs in it, because it hasn't really actually done much compared to US dollar yen. So that might be one worth just keeping an eye on. Gold, where I called it from at the moment, looks like it's closed very nicely on the 1 hour, as you can see there, dipped down into here and took off. So looking very nice, but I don't like necessarily the way that it started with this inside bar on the 15-minute. So we'll have to just see how it's gonna react from this area here, because it will probably take this high if it hasn't already done so. Yes, it has. And then we might see sellers start to come in from here. So the way that it was very impulsive in this move means that it may come back down. So yeah. And so yeah, there you go, Deluxe. That was gold. Gold buy was from down here, this little tap in. So the buy was from here, stops just below it. And yeah, I mean, ideally, I'd like to see it actually. That's a nice 1 minute candle, in fairness. I'd like to see it come up and take this level here, if I'm honest. I can see us coming in and taking that, but it's got to get past this little pocket first. But that'd be a nice, what's that, a nice 16R if it does come off. So anyone who took it, let me know what your TPs are. But that would be my my TP at the moment, I think. Just looking on the hourly as well. Yeah, I think that's what I'd be looking at right now. So there we go. We have got.
Price action's odd, hey?
It is a bit peculiar. It is a bit peculiar. We've got Victor hanging around in the background. He's going to be joined very shortly by Deanna as well. LJ, I think you're hanging around for a bit, are you?
I'm supposed to have a call at 10:30.
Okay.
So I was going to hang around if no one was able to jump in, but
Okie dokie. Well, I think Deanna's going to join us very shortly. But Griff, all that is left for us to say is to say thank you once again for your company. Always a pleasure. Always enjoyable to have you grill me about the strength scores as well.
I'm sorry.
So that's quite all right, mate. One of these days, you're going to take a trade note and you're going to, Mike, do you know what? I take it all back. I take it all back. Mike. I was wrong.
I leave my words.
Yeah, exactly. I'll get you one of LJ's hats and you can eat his hats. But yeah, that is it for us for the ABL section this week or today. We'll be back again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. UK time over on our channel. Otherwise, we'll be back tomorrow for our regular ABL segment in the morning, 11:30 UK time, I want to say. So yeah. LJ and I have been messing around with time zones today, so we're a bit confused at times. So they're messing with our heads. Guys, thanks ever so much. Pleasure to see you all, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Cheers.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Listen up, traders. We got a new competition with massive prizes launching at The5ers. The top traders, they will win high stakes accounts, and everyone in the top 100 will get a prize, including hub credits and bootcamp accounts. We're actually doing this every single Wednesday, week after week, so you will always have a chance to win. It's fast, it's free, and it's easy. All you have to do is just sign into the The5ers Hub, click on the contest on the left menu, and join the upcoming competition. We hope to see you all there. Good luck.
Well, we are back, and we are with the ever so charming Dr. Deanna Cole. How are you doing to you today?
Wow, Victor, what an intro. I'm doing great. How are you? You sound like you're having a good day as well.
I am. I'm having a very productive day. Let me keep it to that. I hope everyone who is watching right now is also having a great time. We're come here in the best of vibe, positiveness all the way. So let us know in the chat what you have been doing on the charts, because we're going to be hitting the charts and talking all about it. Welcome to begin with, everyone. So let's see. We have many of our regulars in our chat. That is awesome to see, as always. Marina, Kanda, Louise, Nora or Noura. How was your day so far, Deanna? I know it's very early for you, so you're just getting started, or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe you've already made all the profits you needed for today in your Asian session, perhaps. Who knows? But tell us about how it's been going so far.
It's been going well. I did trade last night for me, so during the Asian session. So I'll still be doing a little bit today, but most of the trading I took care of last night. So that is always nice when you can have that situation. Trading the S&P, of course, and it's been a little bit slow on the S&P, but we had a really good gold trade yesterday that we talked about, and so we can look at that on the chart as well. I did end up trading gold a little bit yesterday because it did end up being the setup that we had talked about on the stream. So I'm not sure, it takes maybe a second for it to get full screen. There we go. Full screen. So we can look at the gold trade yesterday. So yesterday when we were on stream, we talked about there was the previous day low here. So I will make this a little bit bigger. So we had this situation here where this was the previous day low. Let me mark that out so we can keep track of it. This was the previous day low, and we talked about if gold goes above, it dipped below this previous day and then also this day here into this little gap area, and price had pushed higher from there. And so we had talked about if price goes back above the previous day low and, a little bit higher. So here's where it is. Let's put this back all the way to the back so we can see it had wicked above just barely. And then we talked about if it kind of got somewhere in this blue box, that would be an area that would make sense for a high probability setup. And we did ultimately get that right after we got off the stream. It had popped up while we were on the stream, just barely dipped back down. And then right after we ended, it started to kind of reside in this box. So that was a really great opportunity to take a probabilistic setup like we were talking about yesterday. Now, we kind of saw the reverse happen overnight. So the previous day high, you can see this pink line here, is right here. And then looking at the 1 hour chart, you can see price right at the open came up and then dipped below it and stayed below it. So again, if you're trying to short gold, that could be a probabilistic area to look for a short. So now to me, my bias would be more back to neutral, waiting for price to sort of clarify in gold. If I had to make a trade, I would still sort of favor the long side because this is such a powerful move. But in general, I'm still a little bit neutral to just wanting to wait a little bit on gold for price to clarify because of this pattern that we're talking about where there's a lot of consolidations and kind of messy movement, looking for a little bit cleaner price action. And we shall see what happens. So how about you, Victor? How has trading been for you? How has your day been since I saw you last?
Thank you for asking. Very kind of you. I see that before we switch to how my looks are, my views are on the on the on the that was almost lost in translation right there. But we before we talk about my views, is that something? Is that a basis of, is that a recurring theme that you use in all your trading framework of how you approach the market, using the daily previous day high or low to measure when it takes it out but comes back, fails to continue, and then comes back into the range of the previous day, and you take that as a sign that it's going back to, it failed at breaking out basically, and you take the opposite direction, in this case back. In gold, it was back firstly long. That's the first question. Is it something you do a lot? Is this a basis of much of your trading?
This is something that I regularly pay attention to. So I would say that I'm using it as sort of a confluence. And if I were to be bullish on gold, for example, and I see something like that, I would be extra bullish on gold. You see the same thing happen on the S&P and the NASDAQ as well. And so it's not a requirement. So not every trade I take has that feature where it takes out the previous day low. But if it does do that, that's kind of, icing on the cake, so to speak. That is a really strong sign. Again, it is based on, it can't just do a little, if we can zoom in here, see how it just kind of just popped above and then quickly failed again. I want to see it kind of like really sort of reside up in that area, and it could still fail at that point. But the longer it resides up in this area, the longer, I'm pretty interested in getting in. So not a requirement for every trade I take, but I absolutely pay attention to it, and also on lower timeframes as well. So, you can look, for example, this is on the lower right is the 4 hour. So we had a swing low here. This is the same trade, but I'm just illustrating that you can see the same thing, same trade, meaning these are fractal. These are just different time periods, but you can look at the same thing. If there's a major low, price takes it out. And then, like, for example, here it was, above it, but not strongly with conviction. Here it was below it. And then here it really started to, move above it. And in fact, even closed above this previous swing low. And this was an up candle. You could use that as a signal as well, or, rely on the hourly. So absolutely, it's something I always pay attention to, not a requirement for the day. The day time frame, but I will give sort of extra conviction to a trade that sets up after taking out the previous day low, for sure.
I think that is very nice for our viewers to see and to think about it, because it's something very easy, very not complex at all. Just looking at a previous daily range, the high and the lows of previous session day, in this case, and then wait for it to break and not to continue in that direction of the breakout. Instead, come back, and you mentioned reside. Now, that is important because it's not always, it doesn't have to come back in. It has to do a number of things. It needs to reside, in your words. How, if you were to teach, let's say, someone who is new to trading, perhaps a relative of, or maybe some teen kids, very simply, what would reside? What could be a good rule of thumb to define reside? Like, I know it's easy. It can be different things, but are you waiting, for example, like 3 15-minute bullish candles in this case in the direction of the desired direction? Is it more than one H1 close in the area where it's supposed to reside? Is there anything like easy, very easy, which is not perfect, but still very easy and useful for others to use? Like, what is a good indication of a reside when the price has reside in that area?
Yeah, that's a great question. So every time you see something like this, the reaction is going to be a little bit different, right? Every trade is going to be unique. And how, it could have just absolutely blasted through here. It could have tested a couple times, come back down, tested again, come back down, and then finally broke through. So there are a million ways price can approach this level and, reside in there, basically. So if we look down at like the 15-minute, for example, you're going to see there was a lot more price action in here, and there were a lot of opportunities on the 15-minute that you could have decided to get long here. And if we drop down even further to the 5-minute, you can see price did kind of go above, drop back below, and then even gave you, I guess, maybe a second or a third entry here. So as far as what I do, it's more, I would say, based on experience. But for somebody who is a newer trader and isn't really sure how to define, I would say there's sort of a spectrum. The longer that you wait, the higher probability, not perfection, right? The higher you wait, the higher probability that this is going to be a true trade, a successful trade that's going to work out. Not a guarantee, but higher probability. The faster that you enter, you might have the luxury of a better entry sometimes, but it tends to be higher risk. So as a trader yourself, you have to decide kind of, and this is something that I know as, a beginning trader, being a beginning trader, I know that it's very difficult at that time when you're trying to learn to pick what you're comfortable with. But some people are more comfortable getting in, not missing the opportunity with the chance that it might fail. That's I would say kind of where some traders are gonna fit. And then other traders are like, look, I want to really be sure. I understand it's not a guarantee, but I really want a lot of conviction that this is going to be a real setup and that it's truly residing in that area. So they might enter a little bit later, or maybe even look for a retest. So where price kind of broke out, came back in, that was a retest, broke out again, came back in, a second retest. The more you wait for acceptance, the more trades you're going to miss. And that's just part of trading. And so that spectrum of sort of waiting not that long versus waiting a long time, each has its pros and cons, right? I think the best thing that you can do is be as consistent as possible. And that could come with experience, that you get a sense of when is the right time for you to enter. But it could also be a situation where you define for yourself when you are going to enter. So like you mentioned, maybe you say, okay, if we get a 15-minute close inside, this little region that I outlined, I would consider that acceptance and I would trade there. Okay, so maybe that would be this candle here, 9:45. You would have entered, you would have sat through a little bit of a pullback, and then it was off to the races. Maybe you really, really, really want to be cautious. You really want to be patient, and you say, I'm not really sure if this is the right move. I'm going to require price to close above on the 5-minute chart and then dip back in. And that will be, and then I'll buy at the midline or something like that. So here we have a close above. If you had a limit order set, you could have got filled here. You would have had a little bit of heat and then, one more pullback and off to the races. So it really depends on sort of what your goals are. And, do you want to be kind of early on the earlier side? You don't want to be too early, right? You don't really want to be, this technically did move above that previous day low. So somebody who said, look, I don't care, I just want to be as early as possible. I guess you could have traded there, and you could have even traded there. You would have had a lot to sit through. But I think it's better to wait a little bit longer, at least at a very minimum, wait for a price to move above, and then, either get really good at it where you can kind of do it by feel, or set some kind of systematic way for you to get in. I personally prefer a discretionary way. That's why I drew the box yesterday and said, if price is somewhere in here, I would have been comfortable anywhere in this box personally entering. And so that is what I ended up doing. It got into the box. Once it was in the box, that was good enough for me, entered, and and then that was the trade for me. So you have a spectrum to choose from of how stringent you want to be with your criteria. Knowing that the more specific your criteria is, the more often you're going to miss out. But you will also have the benefit of, being very clear about when you're supposed to enter. You're never going to be second guessing. And then the flip side of that is a little bit more discretion. You enter sometime, kind of probably seems a little messy, like, hey, if it gets in the box, somewhere in the box is where I'm going to enter. To me, that is a nice free way to do it. I feel like it has shown acceptance by that point, and it's a great place to take a trade from there. So wide variety of acceptable ways to do that.
Basically, there is one for every taste out there, or every individual. And that is very certain for, I think, probably just about everything in trading. You can personalize it, customize it, make it as conservative or as aggressive in terms of risk or probabilities as you would like to. I for those who weren't with us and who will surely, I know for sure, will go back now and look at yesterday's stream. I know you guys will do that. But for those who want to know right now before going to the streams, we had yesterday. Yesterday. What is the box? How did you come with the box? What made you? What defines the upper and the lower border of that area?
Mm-hmm. Well,
because
if you watch,
because let me complete that, because it is the area that you're looking at. So the next time this happens, how can a viewer say, okay, this is the box, Deanna's box, that I should be looking for, and apply whatever fits my risk profile? How do they paint or mark their own box next time?
Mm-hmm. Looks like my replay trading isn't working right now, but so when we were looking yesterday, let's just walk through what we looked at yesterday. So when we were looking yesterday, we had this mess, and I said, I'm not really interested in trading gold. This is too messy, except I see this setting up where price was, at the time, it was down here. So the current price was down here somewhere. So it had gone beneath the previous day low. This is when we started the stream at 8 a.m. Eastern time. So it had gone below the previous day low, and it had also gone below this Tuesday low with a little gap. And then it started, as we were going through the stream, it started to kind of make its way up. And so near the end of the stream, I was looking at the price, and I said, if price starts to move above this previous day low, so yesterday this pink line was here, and I said, if price starts to move above that is where I would be interested in getting in. And so as we were starting to kind of wrap up the stream, we were on this candle right here. So let me get this off so we can see a little better. So at the end of the stream, we were on this candle here, and price had dipped just above. And I said, that was a little bit too much, too quick of a rejection. Yes, it popped up, but it quickly fell back down. I think it was only a matter of like a minute or two. Like, I don't know exactly, but it was really fast. Popped above, immediately came down, and it, went a good distance down. So to be perfectly honest, I just drew a box. There was no specifics to it. Just kind of like looking at the price. I wanted it to be above this high, because obviously, sorry, this little guy keeps going over it. I wanted it to be above this because it had already tested above there, but didn't stick. And so I just drew a box above that. This is not super precision. And I think it can be really freeing and liberating for some traders like myself to get to that point where you can just kind of, okay, well, if it's above the previous day low, and this one didn't really work out, so if it's kind of above in this area, so there was no specifics of why it was here. I mean, I'm looking now, and it kind of coincides with this. That was not at all part of why I drew that. It was just, this looks like a reasonable area, which is above the previous day low, above this little wick that didn't really work out. Somewhere in here would be a great area for a trade. So it was very much, kind of visual, and not, and it doesn't need to be precise. You can be super precise if you want to, but you can do really well if you understand that this is a probabilistic setup. And somewhere in here would be, a reasonable trade, not too early for me, not too late, right? I don't personally want to get in up here somewhere, because that's pretty late, but a reasonable area to capitalize on a very probabilistic, high probability trade that I would expect to see move higher. It doesn't guarantee that that's going to work out, but it is a good place to get in. So that's not as like specific maybe as you're looking for, but I think it's okay for traders to, just kind of loosen the reins a little bit and understand that it's the probabilistic scenario that I'm looking for, not the specifics of a super precise entry, because price is not precise. It's going to move all over the place. And so if I can find a probabilistic scenario to capitalize on, that's more what I'm looking for than a specific. I remember when I first got into trading and investing, I started with William O'Neill, IBD, Investors Business Daily, if anyone is familiar. And he made the cup with handle famous, as far as I know. And his entry was, this was for stocks at the time, 10 cents above the cup's handle. And I always thought that was so funny. Like, what's so special about 10 cents? And what if it's a $3 stock? What if it's a $300 stock? What does it change? The point is, though, it really doesn't have to be that precise. And I think that's kind of the point that I lost with him. He's just saying, like, hey, when it's a little bit past the handle high, just go ahead, 10 cents. And so that's what I'm trying to say is, like, it doesn't have to be anything super specific. It could fail. It could go on, to be a really great trade. Just get in somewhere that's reasonable. Don't be too anxious. Whoever got in here, maybe that was a little bit too anxious. But just, kind of chill, just wait, just be patient. Price is going to do its thing. And somewhere in this box is a reasonable opportunity to capitalize on the trade. And you can see that the range of the box is 22.4 to 20, that's a 4-point range. I mean, you could do very well for yourself entering right here and exiting right at the very top. That looks like very small little slice when you see the move of the day. But I mean, that could be a really great trade as well. Just take those 4 points. So yeah, that's the way I see it, is be patient, but you don't have to be, there doesn't have to be a super strong math reason behind why you get in when you get in.
Basically, you're saying there are, you can do it fluidly without having too strict rules, and go with the flow. I like that. I think that resonates with a lot of folks, because not everyone is rule-based, robotic in their way of thinking. I think a lot of people are more artistic. They want to have a free hand at things. Want to have a lot of more freedom in expressing their ideas and their trading ideas, and the rules don't allow that, for good and for bad. But perhaps that's where their edge is. Who am I or us to prohibit that, or to say tuck that down in any manner? I like that very much.
If I can just add one thing, I don't really think in terms of rules, but I know for some people that can be really helpful. For me, I'm not a rule follower per se in life necessarily. And so I like that. But if you're thinking about structure or a systematic way, that came before the entry, right? So if you're defining it as rules, the rule would be, it dipped below previous day low and then moved back above. So if you must have a rule, that would be the rule that I would focus on. Looking for a move below previous day low, a move back above. Okay, that's where your rules end. And then, you kind of have, your rules were met, right? Your criteria was met. And so then what you do with that after is kind of, up to interpretation, how you as a trader want to do it. So if you need rules, then you can get really specific and say, okay, if there's, the 15 candle closes inside that little, you could even say, like, the first, maybe the box isn't here. Maybe we don't have that box here. Sorry, my computer, for some reason, trading view. There we go. Maybe the box isn't here, but you say, let's put this on all intervals and drop down to the 15-minute. And you say, you know what? I'm going to enter on the 15-minute close above the previous day low. That would be right here. So you can have more rules if that's what you prefer. But to me, the setup, the premise is takes out the previous day low, moves back above. The setup is there, the premise is there. Now it's just time to get in, not too soon. And so yeah, you can if you're a rule person, you can set a framework for that as well. And this works really well on all assets, but especially I would say with gold and the indices to the long side, because there is an upward bias in gold and especially in the indices. But like you can see, you can also use it. This is kind of the wrong. You can also use it in reverse, right? If you're a newer trader, I would recommend focusing on one way to like really get better at trading, I think, is to focus on long only, especially if you're trading the indices again, or gold. Maybe not so much with the Forex pairs because there isn't so much that upward trajectory. But if you're really trying to, like the Steve Jobs mentality, where you're really trying to cut back your choices and reduce choices and sort of clean up your trading, focusing on long only when this setup happens is very powerful. And I saw Born in 2944 asking, is 2 trades a week enough? Is 100 trades a week okay? And I would say anything and everything, in that range is just fine. So it is completely normal if you want to take 2 trades a week. That works. You won't see this particular setup super often if you're only trading one asset, but if you're trading maybe multiple assets, you definitely could get 2 trades a week. 100 is maybe a little tough unless you're looking at a ton of assets. Or maybe you're saying, you know what, I don't need that to happen on the daily, but I'm willing to look at it on the hourly as well. Of course, there's like less and less power as you reduce your time frame, but there are unlimited options with how you structure your trading in that regard.
Yes, I really love that, because it is something people at home can, or wherever you may be, people can use easily. It's the last day, last candle, the previous candle, and when price regain after touching it, breaking it, coming back, it's something very super simple, and you have still the freedom to do it as freestyle or as rigid as you want, because I see this and I'm already thinking, half a dozen ways that I would approach it. Of course, I'm not that artistic type of a person. For those who already know me, I'm already thinking in all kinds of rules and filters and things that I need to put down to make it systemized. But that's just me. And there's so many ways to do that. But I like that the premise is very simple. Everyone can understand it. It doesn't take a lot. You wait for this to happen. And it's something that occurs very often because, of course, you have every day, you have the daily candle, you have 2 sides, so you have 2 opportunities for that to happen. And basically you could do this on every asset. If I were to switch to my screen for a little bit, I will. We talked about this as well, and this is the same price action. This is on the hourly, and for those who are wondering what these lines are, this blue line where I'm going to mark it with an arrow for clarity. Right, that line is of course that previous that low of the day. Actually, it was. In this case, it was 2 days before, but that is the low, right? That's the same candle, same line. What I wanted to point out is that the idea, what is being thought here, you can actually generalize it even more. The same way as Deanna just explained, that you could do this on different time frames, meaning hourly, 4-hour, 8-hour, whatever time frame you can work, build it as a template. You can also do it on the weekly, of course, right? And what do we see here, right? This bigger, bolder line, that's the weekly line. And as you can see, it did the same thing for the weekly, right? So that was the daily previous 2 days previously in the case of this price feed, and it went to the weekly, came back and continue, right? That's the way. I don't have the box here because of course I'm a rule-based guy, so I would have difficulty to define something that I can't define too precise. But hey, just by looking at this and by using the tools that I have in my toolbox. If you don't know what the tools I have in my toolbox, just keep watching and I will mention them a lot. And by that, I mean order blocks. If we go to let's say the H4, what do we see? What I see there is a very beautiful order block. Not only order block, but actually also an outside bar. So that could be, to me, that could be a rule. It needs to create an order block as it failed to break and hold that breakdown. Comes back, creates an order block. To me, what is that? What is an order block? Actually, people who are watching us, who likes to comment and engage us, tell us, what does it mean if, and this is especially true for those who have been watching us for some time, what does it mean what does these two price candlesticks, this combination, what does that mean? Effectively, what does it mean? What happened there? Can anyone tell me? We have, of course, 20 to 30 seconds delay in between the time that I say something and that you actually hear it, and there is some time for people to type, of course. So we'll have to be a little patient. But tell me what you think, what happened there in terms of price action, in terms of the psychology of the traders. What happened in those two? Exactly, Don Online E-commerce says buyers come in. It's an outside bar. Exactly. Not a quasi, Luis, but very close. Means money. Born. You know my language. Yes, that's exactly a rejection. That's exactly true. Liquidity grab as well, because it takes out a significant low, which is this low. The previous that low, and actually also from the weekly, as we discussed. So it tricked people. It got people trapped. Those who thought it would continue to break down, right? Those went short on that breakdown. They are trapped. And the fact that the buyers came in tells us that there is a change of who is in control. That's the bottom line. Who is in control? That's all what it is when you have the quasis and the order blocks. It's the change of guards from the sellers being in control to buyers being in control. And that's exactly what happened. So if you were to see this, and you would do your own homework, and that could be one, for example, one rule you could apply and make this a little bit more systematic, maybe a lot more if you want to. You can keep on building these structures, meaning you wait for that order block to close and then for it to at least try to retest it. In this case, it didn't touch it completely, but there was a very, and actually this happens often in gold, less so in euro, dollar, and GU, but you will see that it will come very, very close to these order blocks and rejects it without actually touching it on the screens. Right, and that could also be depending on what is being shown from the candles, bid or ask, because if there's a little bit of a spread, that could be the reason. So if and you see this, and if I were to build some rules, I would go to some other time frame and see how often, for example, this line here is the H4, right? So one rule could be wait for the H4 to close, which is, I believe it was on this close, and then perhaps look for something on the lower time frame. In this case, a 30-minute fresh order block being retested. Bingo, there you go. That could be, for example, one of the triggers for you to get into the trade, right? Or you could use, whatever floats your boat. I mean, it could be a 15-minute, a 5-minute, as Deanna just explained. But the point is that whenever you have these areas where people are trapped, when it doesn't succeed in breaking out or breaking down, comes back, forms a candlestick formation like the outside bar, which indicates to us that the change has, the person or the side in control has changed. You can go with that flow. Wait for a little bit of a pullback, maybe some structure being retested, and you move with that direction. Now, another thing, Deanna, when you do this, what do you go for? I know this is an open question. Everyone can go for anything, depending if their desired holding time. They can go for a scalp based on your box, approach. They can, that could be the trigger for them to hold because they have a higher time frame bias, whatnot. But what do you do when you get a trade like this, where it takes the low of the previous day, comes back, shows strength, resides there as you called it, and then you get into the trade? What are you typically going for?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So one of the challenges with that is that I can't be super specific answering that, and that is simply because I have different accounts and they have different goals, right? So I have some accounts that I trade more long term. I have some accounts that I'm just looking to make a small profit to be green for the day. And so it varies. It depends on what account I'm trading and what the goal is. But I can say that I really try to take profit for the most part. If it's a shorter term trade, I'm looking for to take profit quicker rather than later, at least on most of it. So when I had this trade yesterday, I had a fixed stop and a fixed take profit, and then left on a small fraction of the trade to sort of trail. As long as price is continuing higher, I'm just sort of trailing higher. Once it got past my original sell for the rest of the position, everything else is just bonus. So I'm not exactly, I don't have that screen up right now, but I got stopped out in the afternoon at some point. And if I had to guess, it was probably this candle because I was trailing up. This is the hourly chart we're looking at. I was trailing up, and as time goes on, I'm getting tighter and tighter because I just want to lock in profit at that point. And so I had closed in the afternoon. Again, it comes down to your personal preference, but it is very helpful to keep in mind ATR. So let's look at the daily for a second. So if you are trading gold, for example, the ATR currently is 57.6. And so that seems like a lot, but you're not going to typically be able to capture that entire amount. So if you can structure a trade where you're taking, very small, even if you take off most of your position at like 4 to 5 points, you're going to have a very high win rate if you're taking probabilistic setups, and then you have the freedom to let your runner run. So that doesn't entirely answer your question, but for most of my, shorter term scalp or day trading positions, I would aim to take a position where it is, 4 to 5 points is a great capture. Maybe you take off 75%, 80% of your position and let the last little bit run. For longer term positions, I'm, willing to give it more time. And maybe I would say something like, if I'm going to get in here, I'm going to hold until we get, above a daily high, or maybe even a second daily high, something like that. But for my day trading or scalping accounts, I'm just looking for maybe 4 to 5 points.
I like that. I love that. Perfect. All right. So that is gold. So for those, if you have any question for Dr. Deanna Cole, now is the moment. We still have 15 minutes of your time, if my clock is correct. Go ahead.
Sorry, Victor. I see some questions in the chat for you about GJ and if there's a quasi on that. And then there's also a really good question from Born in 2944. Can I use the sweep in any time frame? Absolutely, you can. You can use a sweep on any time frame. The lower the time frame, the less weight it carries. The higher time frame, the more weight it carries. So if I'm looking at the daily, then I don't care if it's a swing low. I'm just looking like, hey, it took out this previous day low, plus it took out Tuesday's low. That to me is really strong. You have 2 days. if I switch over to the hourly, it's really not enough for me to see it just go below a prior hourly low. In that case, I'd more want to see it I would want to see a swing low. And let me just show what I'm talking about by a swing low. So a swing low is going to be where you have a low and the candles on either side of that low are higher. So this is a swing low here. In fact, I think I have a little, I have.
When you say the candle, do you mean the low of each candle on each side?
Right, the low of the candle. So you can see the blue lines here mark out the swing lows. This swing low here, the low is higher than that low and here. So it kind of makes like this V. Okay, here, this low is lower than the previous and the next. So here, the low is lower than this one and that one. So hopefully that makes sense. You're kind of getting a V pattern. So this low here is lower than the one on the left and the one on the right. So if I'm looking at a lower time frame, I'm wanting to see a swing low specifically. So not just, on the daily, it's great if a swing low is swept. Here is the swing low. Price went below it. That day it closed below it, but then it started to pop above. So on the daily, I'm just looking for it to move below because there's more liquidity on a daily candle compared to an hourly candle. So an hourly candle represents only an hour, right? And an hour's worth of liquidity. You can think of it that way. A daily candle represents an entire day. So think of it in terms of orders of stops that are set below, right? There's going to be a lot more lows set below a daily candle than a single hourly candle. So if you're using it on lower time frames, that can be really helpful to think in terms of swing lows versus just any regular low.
I like that. I'm going to go to GJ for our friend Dubakur FX, who asked us about GJ. But before I do so, is there anything we want to show before I switch? I don't want to miss the chance that we have you with us today and at this moment, Deanna, on gold.
Nothing that I can think of, but just one thing to mention is that one of the advantages of the 5ers is the fact that you can hold as long as you want. So in the chat, people were talking earlier about, if you're a trader, but you have other things that you need to do, or you're a trader, but you have to work a job or something like that, and number of trades. That is a major, major advantage of the fact that you can hold. You are not restricted to close your positions at any certain time. You can hold for as long as you want. And so, when you can, use that for your advantage. So that means, like, for example, if you're trading gold and you can hold as long as you want, maybe you take most of your position off, but maybe that last little bit, you're willing to let it turn into, a long-term hold or something like that. So just wanted to point out that, keep that in mind, that you can structure your trades as well so that you're trading maybe a higher time frame and you can have longer hold times.
Perfect. We have, before we continue to the next pair, we have Danya, who is saying, who's asking 4 to 5 points in terms of risk reward. How much is the what would you answer to this?
Yeah. So basically, if 4 to 5 points is your target, the risk reward is based on whatever your stop would be. I would say that it's, again, this kind of, it is really important that it be specific to your plan and what works for you. But I will say, for me, it is possible on this type of trade to use a negative risk reward. So meaning, if you have a 4 to 5 point target, maybe you have a 6 point stop. So for example, let's say you were to get in somewhere here. I don't typically, I know a lot of traders will keep their stops down here, where it's sort of out of, the idea is that it's out of, it's less likely to get hit. And I sort of prefer to think about things in terms of just math. So I want it obviously to not be too tight. But in terms of math, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter as long as the math plays out over, hundreds of trades. And so let's say you were to take a 5-point stop with a 7-point stop, or sorry, a 5-point target with a 7-point stop. That's a negative risk reward. So 0.71. So it's under a 1-to-1. But that you stack these up, and if you can get a high probability setup, you could definitely get a higher win rate, and then that will make sense. Maybe you don't feel comfortable with that. You want like a 7-point to 7-point, something like that would work as well. So it just depends on who you are as a trader. Gold, if the trade idea is going to work out on gold, for example, I really don't need 10 points of risk in order to know if the trade is going to be right or not. So typically for me, 10 points of risk on gold is going to be too much. And especially, if I'm only trying to get 5 points, I don't want to do that. So it depends on what you prefer to do. I know that's not really the answer that you're looking for, but I think it's really important to think in terms of math versus structure, in my opinion. Structure is less important for where you put your stop. Again, that's just my opinion. Math is more important. And this way, if you have a structure like this or a setup like this, the math can play out in your favor much easier than if you're worrying about and the other thing is, for example, if price is going to come back down here, maybe this is too much information, but if price is going to come back down here and start, dwelling in this area, I would really rather, I think your odds are diminishing that the trade is going to work out because, let's see. Is this? No, sorry. None of these are very, let's move this out of the way and then maybe I can show. If price is going to come all the way down, let's say that I decide to give a 10-point stop, right? And I enter here. And let's say price moves 9 points against me. Then it needs to move another 9 points plus my 5 points. It needs to move 14 points in order for me to have a winning trade. I would much rather just do, 5 to 7 points of risk. Let's call it 7 points of risk. That way I have enough wiggle room that, prices can wiggle and jiggle around and my stop isn't going to get hit. But if the trade is going to be successful, it's very likely to hit the take profit. And you're just looking basically, is it going to hit the take profit before the stop loss? That's all I'm really thinking about. And that is enhanced or increased. The odds of that happening are increased by having a probabilistic setup with momentum. We can see there was momentum here as well. So it depends on the trader and what the trader wants to design for themselves, but hopefully that was helpful.
I think it surely is. There's a lot of information in there for each type of trader. And before everyone goes on and start hitting buy and sell based on what we're talking about, a little disclaimer. This is not financial advice. It's not trading advice. These are just tips for you to do your homework, your due diligence. You still have to gather your data, frame. Just start with these ideas that we are sharing right here and build some data. By data, I mean either have rule-based or not. You had a discussion before, so you decide which side you want to do or how much you want to have of that in your system. And you trade maybe to begin with 20 setups and you see how that goes. You tweak it a little, you put a little bit more risk, a little less risk, you trial and error until you get something that feels and looks and actually does what you want it to do. And then you can continue to do the back testing much more than just 20 trades, right? It just do a little pilot to get some indication of what is. Maybe you see that indeed, as the Dr. Cole said, 9 is too much. Maybe you don't. It almost never gets to 9. 6 is just as good. And always we know that if you have less risk, that means that your profit in terms of risk, right, as a multiple of the risk, or multiple, right, or as a unit of risk, or multiples, is going to be much better if you're able to safely, responsibly put your risk at a better place, meaning less risk per trade. Another thing you could think of, for example, is what is the line in the sand where price gets weak? In this indication, or in this setup, if anyone is watching and you think you know the answer, put it in the chat, and I'll chit chat a little bit until we talk about that. What is the line? Where is the line in the sand where the market, both sides, will perceive and conclude that the that price has become weak? It's no longer looking strong. What is it for you? Let us know in the chat, and I'll wait about 20 seconds or so. I'll see what else I can say in between. I think Trump is tweeting. I'm not sure, but I think Trump is tweeting. My Trump tweeting radar is signaling something.
Or maybe it is. You never know. And there's a great question in here too from Steven. I just want to point out, how do you handle the situation where you did your analysis, you believe it, you suddenly took a trade, or you took a trade and suddenly the market kicks you out of or the market goes against you? Happens all the time, right? To me, the biggest word that jumps out to me there is you believe it. I really, really, really try to never believe. I have no idea what's going to happen with the market. All I know, so for me, that starts before the actual trade. That is kind of protective, right? I don't believe that any given thing is going to happen. I have no idea what's going to happen, but I do know that if that scenario sets up that we talked about, that price goes below the previous day low, then moves above it, that to me is a high probability setup. I don't believe anything is going to happen, but I do know that there is a tendency then for price to continue higher. So that, and sort of a mantra, which is, when I'm in a trade, I'm telling myself this is a valid trade. There's five points. Hopefully I can get them all out in the minute left. This is a valid trade. I risked appropriately. Every trader takes losses. Losing is part of the game. I have to be, this is my favorite one, I have to be okay with losing if I want to be a trader. And those 5 points, when you're taking probabilistic entries, you're reminding yourself it's valid. I don't know if it's going to work out, but it is a valid setup. I risked appropriately, meaning whatever my goal is, or whatever I should be risking is what I risked. And then, really focusing on like, hey, losing is part of it. I never have any idea if any trade is going to work out. This is just one of hundreds. Of course, you always get a little bit attached to trades, and you really hope they're going to work out. But the reality is you're going to lose trades, and that's just part of it. And you have to be okay with that. And we're all working on that, right? It's never easy to lose a trade, especially when, you see a setup that you're like, oh, I know this is the setup that I'm looking for. Maybe it's been a couple days. Maybe you had a long weekend. That changes how we think of a trade and how much we want it to win and how much energy we sort of channel to it. But the market doesn't care. The market's going to do whatever it's going to do. And sometimes it's going to work out and sometimes it's not. So anyway, that is all for me. I hope everybody has a lovely rest of your day. It was great to see you as always, Victor, and I will see you all next week.
The pleasure is all mine, and thank you, Deanna. I've seen all the good comments. People are loving it when you come with in the stream and tell us all about these ideas, the box, reciting, not believing, but doing a probabilistic trade. We love it. Deanna, hope to see you very soon again. Thank you for all your input.
All right, everybody have a great day. Thanks so much.
All right, that is there we go. To answer the question we had before, I saw the chat is full of answers of people who answer what is the line in the sand. Check the chat and you see all the great answers. But I'll give you guys what I mean by that, right? The whole line in the sand was, of course, the low of on the daily time frame, a low of that candle, that swing low, where we broke and did not succeed in that break. We came back up. So the line, once we close, or even you don't have to close, but once we're above that line, right, where people thought it would break, that is the line in the sand. That is the place where everyone is saying we reclaimed it, and we're still holding as long as we're above it. Once you're below it, it will be perceived by everyone that the line, the premise, the setup, the frame, the framework of the setup has been broken, meaning you could consider putting your stop below that line. Maybe not on the line, but with some margin below that. And that's something for you to find out, but that could help you minimize the risk, and putting the stop closer at where you're going to be wrong, and increase your risk reward ratio, your R multiples, and all those good stuff. And we will come back in a little bit, but when we do come back, and we will have someone special, very, very special with us. I'm not going to say his name, but you will see. Be right back.
Listen up, traders. We got a new competition with massive prizes launching at the 5ers. The top traders, they will win high stakes accounts, and everyone in the top 100 will get a prize, including hub credits and bootcamp accounts. And we're actually doing this every single Wednesday, week after week, so you will always have a chance to win. It's fast, it's free, and it's easy. All you have to do is you sign into the 5ers Hub, click on the contest on the left menu, and join the upcoming competition. We hope to see you all there. Good luck.
Hello. We have Mr. Ashley with us today. How are you doing, Ashley?
Good on yourself, Victor. And hello to you, the 5ers presenters, as well as all the viewers watching and the 5ers community. Hope you are doing well, and greetings from South Africa.
Perfect. We love that. For those who were just greeted, don't forget, there is a like button and there is a subscribe button, which is waiting for your click. It's in need of your little support by clicking. Hope you do that. All right. We have people saying hello, and we say by all means that you are well received all the time, Ashley, as you come on our stream. And that's why we have you. People love you. All right. So, Ashley, I have one. What have yes, and it's a pleasure for us having you. What is Ashley doing today or this week in terms of trading? I know you are all about EAs. You have your employers, or your employees, I should say. Employees work for you while you sit with your hand behind your not your hand behind your head. You're working incessantly, overseeing your employees, and by employees we mean the AIs or the ATS, right? Automatic trading systems. What are you up to last couple of days in terms of your normal workflow?
Wonderful. Thank you, Victor. Well, to answer the question, it encompasses everything around trading. So it's not just sitting back and having some type of automated trading system and then you're sitting back in your lounge. You're actually progressing. You're actually moving forward. You're assessing, you're monitoring, you're identifying weaknesses and strengths, you're adjusting slightly, you're reviewing results, as well as in terms of the standard operating procedure for a financial trader. Understanding what is happening in economic news, the fundamentals, looking through all the necessary charts of our core market symbols through all the different markets, analyzing the charts as per normal that you do on the 5ers as well. Obviously to a slightly different aspect, but I still do that type of analysis daily, as well as understanding all the necessary areas what I call market drivers, from the economic news to all the other different impacts of Trump's announcements, etc. And then I have CNBC running in the background along with the 5ers live stream as well. And at times I mute one and I have one with the sound and one is muted, one is not, and I interchange with that while I'm doing all the analysis.
And all of this is at your desk with, I suppose, with the black phone, which has a direct line to the White House, right?
I wish, I wish, Victor, that if that was the case, I wouldn't necessarily be here. But no, definitely, I don't have any black phone or even red phone to the White House.
No, I'm just kidding here. Of course, I'm just pulling some fun. But hey, Ashley, so what do you do with that information? Because that's the day-to-day, I like the financial market. If anyone hasn't had a clue yet, I like the financial industry and the financial market. And to me, it's something like entertaining. It is something I do for fun. Even if I don't have to, it's something that I'm attracted at it. It piques my attracts my interest. But since you are trading automated system, these systems have been programmed in the past to do one thing and one thing only, which is executing the code day in, day out. What is the function or the use of these information that you go through, reading the paper, watching NBC or CNBC, I should say, and all those, information, data? What do you do with it?
Okay, I would say it's by default a protocol of a financial trader, in my opinion, irrespective of how you execute your trades, whether it's hand trading, manual, semi-automated, or automated. The best analogy I can relate it to is, again, coming to the fact as if you're running your own business organization. You're the CEO, you're the chairman. You need to drive the direction, but at the same time, you need to be aware of your environment. If we take any business principles and it applies, you can't have necessarily a CEO at the helm that is not aware of the industry that company is in. So it's important that you are aware of your environment. It's extremely, extremely important that you're aware of your environment. So number one, to answer a question in terms of the economic news that comes out, all the market drivers that happens, having CNBC in the background, that gives me aware of what you could call spatial awareness. What is being aware and understanding what is the environment currently in and how it dynamic changes. So that's been ingrained with me in so many years of trading. That is my default that I always do. That's number one. Number two, yes, I have my automated systems working, but number three as well, you need to oversee them. You also, in addition to that, need to then develop additional strategies to layer on. I layer on strategies. And in addition, I trade not only the 18 core symbols, I'm moving to different asset classes like stocks, etc. And slowly there's building strategies of that in hand trading those as well. And there's building different strategies for different purposes to have a well-rounded portfolio of trading and investments. So it is literally a full-time job to oversee, manage, being aware of the full environment, etc. And then obviously at a point in time, once things are automated, it becomes easier to manage, and then you're able to scale up more. And then ultimately, you are the dictator of your time. You can then scale back, allow yourself to enjoy the fruits of your labor as well at a point in time. So there's all a more of a greater scheme plan ahead. So hence using the time now wisely to achieve that goal.
Did I hear dictator? We're only interested in democratically elected. Not just kidding. No, yes, I totally agree with that. And so basically, what you're saying is, basically, is all the information you get in is not going to influence your day-to-day operations, your trades you're going to be taking, because those are based on your code, has been coded already in the past, and of course you do manage and modify it. But it is important to have that spatial awareness, because at some point in the future, that information is while might not in a day-to-day resulting change of action, but it will help you make better decisions in the future. The same as a CEO, which is very aware of what the industry outside of his company is doing, can do better decisions, perhaps do takeovers, where's the growth market, where do I expand, where do I get more stores out, whatever it is that the CEO needs to do. It will be better in the long term by having spatial awareness, knowing what's happening around in the industry, not necessarily in-house or in the company necessarily. And that's exactly, if we take that analogy back to the trader, that means that in the future, at some point, you're going to be needing to do some decisions. We don't know in advance what they are, but you will be better informed to do that. And that's what you are doing by keeping in tune with what's happening out there, by building and populating, enriching your knowledge base, basically, on everything, on whatever is relevant geopolitically, presidential election or not, tariffs or not, whatever is happening, you want to be plugged in, because you never know when you need that information.
Correct, Victor. Another way to illustrate it, and again, it's very common for me. It's my norm now after exactly 25 years of trading and continuing. I can understand from a novice or a beginner trader, or even somebody that's gaining experience in their own personal trading journey, it might seem quite complex, but actually, it's you must look at this skill as multidimensional, not just you trade now, here and now on this day, the next day, etc. So let me give you a classic example, and it's something that some of the 5ers presenters has mentioned, like Jonatan, etc., as well as Dirk, etc., in terms of combining the skill of trading and investing. So if we have a look at a certain analogy, the analogy on the market is when there's blood on the streets, when the markets or the international indices are tanking, they're under pressure, they're plunging, it's a good time to purchase, which is quite correct. But it's easier said than done, meaning that you need to prepare. Meaning if you take an investment portfolio now, you need to understand when is the right times to lighten or reduce your weighting in the asset classes and weight more in cash. So the only time you can actually take advantage when the markets are plunging is if you have cash reserves in place, meaning not 100%, meaning a large part that when the markets plunge, you can take advantage of. So all of that spatial awareness gives you an idea when, from an investment point of view, and it's a different strategy compared to trading, when you lighten your or re-look at your asset mix in terms of asset allocation. When do you weight cash? When do you underweight cash, etc. So it's all related to that. Over and above that, it's very enriching and empowering for a trader to understand your spatial awareness. For example, and again, it doesn't mean that every trader needs to do it. If you look at the interest rate decisions, the FOMC, I actually listened to Jay Powell during his press conference, through the opening statement into the press questions. And you start to get a gradual understanding of the terminology and understanding what they're about, etc. So you're aware of your environment. And I always try to enrich my environment wherever I am, even now after 25 years of trading. So I think it's important as a trader to be aware of that. Doesn't mean you have to, but it's something that I endeavor in this invaluable skill.
I like that. I think I really like that because, it's very easy to forget everything around that makes the trader. The trader is not just, hitting buy and sell and walking away, richer or poorer. There's a lot more going on, and it starts with surrounding yourself with the right information, with the right people, right mindset, having the right habits, routines built in way before you even started your PC or hit that button to transact on the market. And I think those things can be very consequential for anyone who is considering to be a trader, right? What you do around trading is very important. I would almost say could sometimes be even as important as the rest you do while trading.
Correct.
All right, perfect. Ashley, let's see. How are the accounts you have been boiling? I know they are being simmering on the stove. How are they? What do you say? How long would you have some accounts for us to
have a look at?
Have a look at, yes.
Perfect. Hopefully in the next 2 to 3 weeks, etc. What I'm doing is I'm building different areas with different accounts slowly, and it's been a little bit of a challenge to just to get the right mix in relation to the 5ers protocols and their different regulations. So just to give you some insight before moving on to the 5ers and moving really aggressively onto it, I've had personal accounts moving in relation to the EAs. So I've now had to just slightly do some tailoring, slightly adjustments in relation to the EAs relative to the risk. So over the next couple of weeks, I want to actually start sharing that journey. And actually, I have a question for yourself, Victor, as well as for the audience. Is that along with that sharing of that journey, I'd like to find out from either the audience as well as maybe from the Livers 5 stream, what structures would you like for us to incorporate? Because I'm also planning to free up a little bit more time to be on the 5ers live stream. So I'm kind of in the planning process at this stage with a number of areas. So if I get an idea what the audience would like to engage with or to share with, then we can structure something from chart analysis all the way through the back testing, the results, along with even some of the understanding of what's happening fundamentally. So there's a large range that we can delve into. And then it answers your question. Then next coming weeks, I'll be able to at least start sharing consistently that journey along. I'm just right now getting all of the different areas into play. Along with all the mechanisms that need to continue it along.
Perfect, Ashley. I think after the stream, if you stay a couple of more minutes, then we can explore what are the things that I think will make because what we're trying, as you know, and as you have been part of, what we're trying to see is what can we present to the viewers to maximize their growth. What can they learn the most of? So if you stick around after the stream, we can perhaps start that, talk about that a little bit further to see what we can do for our viewers. I think that sounds like music to my ears, and hopefully to everyone who is watching us as well. I say hopefully, but I'm pretty sure, I'm very confident that they want to see more, because I mean, how many times, and this is a very, 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 I'm always honest, but this is especially honest question. How many times, just go ahead for everyone watching us, how many times have you had contact with a successful trader that trades automated systems, who is willing to give you a sneak peek into their processes, because there are many of them in their workflow, in things they watch out for? How often does that happen? Not only that, where you get it from a place of trust, like our stream is for our viewers. So I think it's very powerful things you're doing here, Ashley. And for that, we appreciate your input a lot. I'm going to go through the EU and GU for those who are waiting for a little bit of their daily dose of graphs and technical analysis. I'm one of them. So let's look at that very quickly from the top down on, let's do EU. It holds true for both pairs. On the daily, on the monthly, you can see we have an entry order block on the monthly time frame. You will find most of the time it will have some kind of a reaction, maybe not a reversal, but some kind of a reaction. You'll see it on the lower time frames. And I say this all the time, and sometimes it's evident, other times it's not as evident. But you can see, for example, on GU, if you've seen this very often, you know, price could have a reaction, you know, all this way, and it has. But it's not a coincidence that it does it exactly there, right? It has to do with these structures that we talk about. Those are the order blocks. That's where the liquidity, where people are waiting for their trades to be maybe pending orders, maybe to close their already open orders. But that's where the you know, the action will be. So automatically, when you see these structures, you can expect some kind of reaction, and that's exactly what we are seeing. Look at that on GU and EU. But there isn't anything actionable, at least not yet. The weekly time frame, nothing yet as well. There isn't. It's showing a bearish order block, but to be printed. We're only Tuesday, so don't get too excited. This can be, you know, at the end of the week can be completely different. What we do have is a weekly order block way lower. I have no idea if that's going to be retested in this candle. Frankly, I wouldn't think so, but who knows? We'll have to wait. You never know what the market has in store for us. But until then, there isn't anything to do on the weekly time frame. We go to the daily, that is EU. The daily, we go for EU. We just created a fresh order block, right there. What happened after that fresh order block was created yesterday at the end of the day, right? That was the close of yesterday. What does it do? This is so powerful. You could use this even on the daily time frame. Wait for that close, wait for price to come back to that order block and get rejected. Very, very simple, without even going to any lower time frames. Doesn't happen all the time this beautifully, but it does happen to some extent. So that was the entry, or the idea to be traded. Currently, there isn't anything else. It's this fresh order block that was retested by an immediate reaction. And let's see, we didn't have anything from the H4. The only H4 we had was the next step in the alignment was an H4, which hasn't been reached, hasn't been tapped into. Personally, I was waiting for this to be to start for my alignment. As you guys know, we did create a new one, but that wasn't there before we reached that daily order block, so it wasn't useful at the time. I would be interested for price to come back. It doesn't seem like it's going to do that, but if it were to come back today before reaching ATR, the daily ATR, and do before it actually reverses, I'll be going down to the lower time frames to see if it wants to revert. But it seems like that ship has already sailed in terms of at least today, and you can see it's very nicely as well in when you see the market structure, right? You see it's making very nicely lower lows and lower highs and lower low, and it's likely to just continue that way, right? That's the trend of your friend. That's the same idea. Go with the flow, which is in this case is a bearish one. So that daily was in the direction of that flow. That's why it makes it so powerful when it reacted and left that wick as it did. We didn't have anything to the left to indicate why this reacted like that. There was an H1 order block, but it didn't reach it by 1 pip. I saw this, and it didn't reach it. And that order block was actually the quasi. We didn't have the H4, so it wasn't a quasi that I would have been able to trade, because it is in the right direction. Not an H4, an H1. It was an entry order block, and this is as well an entry order block on the H1 time frame. However, it did not reach it, and you may have your own rules, and perhaps for other assets you might say, well, it doesn't have to reach it. If it comes as close as 1 pip or 2 pips, it's close enough for me. I will understand that the reaction that it does from that moment is based on that structure, even though it didn't perfectly touch it. But it depends on the rules that you may apply. In EU, in any case, it needs to reach it for me to use that structure. If it doesn't reach it, I would assume that it might still touch it in the future. But that didn't stop price from reacting very beautiful from it, as you can see, coming very close and then going the other way, which is, this is the quasi. I will tell you guys right here. Actually, the quasi is, you could pinpoint this as the quasi, the left shoulder, right? And then it breaks that neckline. You could, that's fine by me. You could consider this to be the left shoulder as well. Both of them are valid. It breaks that neckline and comes back, almost reaching that entry order block. And then as you go, it falls from the sky like a brick. Okay, so that is EU. To me, there isn't anything automatically when this happens. I want to see how far this can reach, right? And what I do see on the 15-minute that I did have this marked, I'm going to move that to visibility to make it visible for more time, right? All right, so we do have a quasi here, and I see, and some people might say, well, I want to trade that quasi. Well, they're not all created equal. And in my case, I don't want to be trading this. Why? Because one thing is, it is against the higher time frame. That's one thing that already makes it less likely to succeed. The other one is, if we go to the H4, and I need that H4 to tell me, this is not a quasi on the H4, right? On the H4, this will be the neckline all the way up here. And it didn't reach it, right? So I don't see a quasi here, and actually it didn't have even a higher well, you could consider this to be the swing point, that to be the left shoulder, but even then you'll come to the same conclusion that the neckline hasn't been broken. So on the H4 we don't have anything, and to me, if I don't have anything on the H4, it's over, and I don't see anything here as well in terms of a fresh order block. So on both sides, I'm not finding a structure, a reason to be going for that reversal. So automatically, there is an order block here, but I already, if you guys watch back, rewind that VHS cassette a little bit in the past, you will see that I did a cross right there. And that's because this reversal is a low probability reversal because it doesn't fit. It doesn't have the H4. It is against the trend. Now I can go against the trend fine, but it needs to be boldly there for me to see, and everyone, that there is an attempt, at least, of price to bounce, even though it is, a counter trend bounce, it needs to be there. And if it's not there, doesn't convince me, then I'm going to assume that it has very low probability of reacting to this structure. And you can see it didn't, right? At least that's what I see now. All right, so in the H1, there isn't anything. There is the quasi. Yes, that's the only thing we have. A H1 quasi, not H2, no H5, A4, I mean. And then you have the daily that is against it. So it's too little right now. And I do see there is that's the 100% ATR for today, D1 ATR. So I'm going to be looking at the market after it breaks it to see if there's a reversal break there. But that's a different strategy. That's not based on the order block necessarily. That's based on the ATR and the daily ranges. So to me, I think the trade was, as I started the analysis, the trade was the daily order block that was retested not long ago, which created that beautiful, beautiful wick that we have right there. All right, so I hope that that explains my view for today. There isn't a lot to do, and as you can understand on EU, the same goes for GU. If the market isn't telling me, almost screamingly, boldly, buy me or sell me, I am not eager to touch anything, right? I'd rather sit on my hands, have cash as position, and knowing that I'm gonna wait patiently for the market to come to me. I'm not gonna go chase anything, right? So that's it for EUGU. And in the meantime, go ahead.
Sorry, thank you, Victor. So, Victor, just some insight in terms of the analysis that you were mentioning. Just for euro dollar and cable dollar, if we look at them on the daily, specifically the daily time frame, they've both recently made new 52-week highs, and they're very close to making a new 5-year high or approaching its 5-year high. So that's just something to note. The other thing to note in relation to understanding all the different currencies together, if you look at the dollar indirects, which is euro dollar, cable dollar, Aussie dollar, and Kiwi dollar, obviously from what we've seen, we can generally tell that there is a general dollar weakness. So if there's dollar weakness, your dollar indirects, which is those four, euro dollar, cable dollar, Aussie dollar, Kiwi dollar, they'll generally be moving in rising trends, which they are. Euro dollar, cable dollar, Aussie dollar, Kiwi dollar are generally in rising trends. However, if you start to scrutinize that relationship between the four a bit more closely, you'll notice that euro dollar and cable dollar has outperformed Aussie dollar and Kiwi dollar in the last, let's say, for a year to date. Okay, it's outperformed, meaning that if we just take as a blanket statement that there's general dollar weakness, then generally euro is strong, cable strong, Aussie strong, Kiwi strong. However, euro and cable has demonstrated more strength of late than Aussie and Kiwi. What does this mean? This means a couple of things at the moment, and it's certain analysis that one can decipher from understanding. Is number one, that Euro Aussie, Euro Kiwi, cable Aussie, and cable Kiwi, those pairs would be in nice rising trends because Euro and cable is stronger than Aussie and Kiwi. So if we pair Euro Aussie, Euro Kiwi, cable Aussie, cable Kiwi, you will see that that cross pair will be performing quite nicely into rising trends. That's number one. Number two is that it potentially could mean that Aussie dollar and Kiwi dollar going forward may need to play some catch up. If you have a look at their charts, they haven't really made any significant new 52-week highs, and they're not as close as making a new 5-year high as euro dollar and cable dollar are. So that could mean that Aussie dollar and Kiwi dollar may need to play some catch up. If we have a blanket statement going forward, there's going to be general dollar weakness. Okay, or alternatively, the other scenario is that the euro and cable could continue outperforming Aussie and Kiwi, and that would mean then that euro Aussie, euro Kiwi, cable Aussie, cable Kiwi would still be a good cross pair to look as what I call as a double whammy when you got the base strength and the term weakness when you're looking at the different pairs. So that's just some additional insight to mention.
I like that. How you have a bird's eye view of all the different pairs, and you approach it from that point view, right? Where you have a panoramic view of how they would be. You deduct what they deduce. I mean, how they would perform based on their weaknesses compared to each other, their relative weaknesses and strength. That is nice. We have Shane yes. asking a very profound, almost philosophical question here. And for those who are wondering, let me put it on the screen. Shane is asking, what I would like to hear is what processes you use, and that's referring to Ashley, of course, to ensure live trading works as well as back testing, as I'm an algo trader and I'm struggling to get good live results, even with walk forward. This is a very common and perhaps the biggest issue with automated trading, right? It is I'm not going to give the answer. I'm going to leave it for Ashley. But this is the thing. This is the challenge. Go ahead.
Thank you, Victor. First of all, I'm going to have my answering to the question, and I'd like to also hand it over to Victor because I think as my fellow presenter, he's got some very good experience and advice for you as well, Shane. So first of all, to answer your first part of the question is that it's all about understanding the charts and the analysis. So you don't jump into algo trading just because you want to be an algo trader. It starts from your strategy. So it's what type of strategy you're using overall, Remember, as an algo trader, automated trader, that automation is only as good as the strategy itself. So that's where you have to start. You have to break this down into segments. You can't just jump into being an algo trader or have an automated system. So it's related to what is that strategy. Do you yourself understand that strategy with what that automated trading is entailing or trading, out trading? The other question you need to ask yourself, that will specifically ask you, is that have you designed yourself that automated trading, or have you purchased something or found something via the net, and you found a EA and you're trying to make it work? If you've done that, there's no harm as well. But have you gone through to understand what that strategy is? So I think that's the first burning question, is about the strategy, not necessarily as an algo trader. So that's number one. Number two, in terms of approaching and understanding how to approach backtesting, in my opinion and experience, a lot of traders approach and view backtesting not in the correct view, in my opinion. And that view is that you don't undergo backtesting to find the best profitable results. You look at backtesting as an overall general understanding to provide some evidence that your hypothesis or the strategy that you're doing does have some merit, meaning that it doesn't have to have the best profit. It doesn't really even have to be profitable. The main thing is, how does it manage that risk? You could have a trading strategy that basically has zero profit, but if you look more further and you delve deeper into the stats, like the recovery factor, the win rate, the average reward risk ratio, can you see that it is taking the trades, and some trades are winning? Maybe the losses are a bit higher. Maybe you can manage that there. There's some adjustments there. Does the hypothesis? So you got to dig deeper than just the end result, the bottom line, in terms of backtesting. And then my opinion is it's more important, once you've established that there is some merit to the strategy, meaning that there is something there that can be nurtured going along. If the results show just negative and everything's just negative all the time, then that's a good sign to maybe ditch it and move on to another strategy. But if there's some type of merit for some area, whether it's recovery factor, profit factor, win rate, average reward risk ratio achieved, and all the other different stats, then you are then able to move on to the forward testing, like you mentioned. But that you need to understand how to do that, meaning that, in my opinion, a back testing is not accurate for a real life situation, meaning that in most cases, if it's a standard software that you're using from MT5, you can only generally back test one symbol at a time. And generally, you're not going to trade one symbol all the time on an account. So you need to use that live forward testing in a real live environment, meaning that it's a parallel account to either your personal account or a prop account. So there's a lot of factors that we've got to delve deeper into it. But I think those are the two main areas I want to highlight from your question, is about looking at the strategy, number one, understanding the strategy, and then number two, approaching back testing and forward testing in the correct view. And that view is, number one, back testing. You're just looking for some evidence, not the best, that the hypothesis or the strategy has some merit. And number two is that you then need to have a parallel live account while you might be trading a demo, a personal account or a prop account, or even just that demo account to take the trades and always see and make adjustments and continue to collect data. Okay, there's a lot more to it, but that's on the surface level to answer that question. Let me hand over to my colleague Victor to maybe shed some further light.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashley. Shane, thank you for that question. That is very, very important, actually, to have the opinions of others who have gone before you, trying to extract and profit from these automated systems that, at first glance they seem to be profitable, and they can be, but that's not everything that shines is gold, right, as they say. So there are a couple of things that needs to be understood. One thing is, typically we don't have any information how you got to that strategy. And that already can give you some lights, right? Is it something that you have no understanding of how it works, then you have to be more critical of it. If it is something that you build because you see phenomenon, like for example in my case, order blocks or quasis, you understand the technicals around it, the price action, and there is a reason, there's a logic behind it, then you still have to be critical and check everything the same way, but you at least have the backing of a logic. You know that it's supposed to work because there is a reason, it's in line with market participant psychology or whatever theory is behind the strategy. So that's one thing. The other thing is, just because a strategy has shown positive results in backtesting isn't enough to assume it's going to have positive results in forward testing, or more importantly, in live trading, right? It seems like an illusion, but it is true. The fact that you can, if you have thousands of strategies by hand or whatever way you came up with them, automatically, just by chance, a few of them, even if they have no edge, they will show positive results if you filter that, right? So what you want to be catching is not by randomly being profitable, right? Because you can, a system can randomly be profitable the same way as anyone coming to the market can have a winning streak. Same idea. So even if they have no knowledge about trading, they know nothing about, and they think, even if they think they don't, like a rooster can be profitable, right? We have that not long ago. An octopus used to be a trader, and not exactly a trader, but I mean, trade signals by a octopus, and it was profitable for some time. The thing is that something can randomly be profitable. The same thing goes for profitable backtested strategies. So what you need, the key word here is, there are actually two things, is overfitting, right? You can over optimize a strategy, to find that sweet spot where in the past for that specific data set, it was profitable, but that doesn't say anything about the future. And the other word that I want to give you is robustness, right? That tells you about how a strategy will perform in different conditions. A robust, what you want is not, you don't simply want a profitable backtested strategy. What you want is a robust strategy that even if you put it on different symbols, on different time frames, in different time periods, let's say pre-COVID, during COVID, after COVID, credit bubble, doesn't matter. Robustness, it needs to be able to handle, maybe not as successfully all of the time, but it needs to hold its weight. It needs to at least survive, have just a little bit of profitability. And that these are things you can do already. You don't need anything special. If you have a strategy that is very optimized, probably over optimized, or curve fitted to a specific pair, and it's not profitable on other pairs, that's not robustness. That's not robust. That's already telling you that it's very sensitive to a very specific condition to perform, and that's not good. You want something that is 4x4 off road. You want something that can go off pavement and still survive. So those things that I just mentioned, try it on different pairs, try it on different periods, market cycles, right? Try it on market regimes and different time frames. If something is only profitable on, let's say, on the 15 minutes, but nothing else, same thing goes. It needs to be at least roughly, profitable on other time frames as well, because it's supposedly it has an edge, right? And the market is fractal, so it should be able to extract the same edge on different time frames as well. And there are more things you can do. The things that I just mentioned is just the basic. You can also think about Monte Carlo simulations. You can think about testing the spread, how sensitive it is to the spread, or looking for, let's say, what else can you say? What can you do? You can look for how it performs on specific events, let's say gaps, right? Because these things are things that happen in the market. They're very specific moments or big news. How does it handle big news? Does it completely break down? Because that's not good, because you will have news events that are high impact, and maybe the backtested period may or may not it didn't have enough exposure to these events. But as we know, it's just a matter of time, and you will have them in your trading you want it to be robust, to be enduring whatever comes to the market. Or at least if you know that it does not perform at all well at certain very specific moments, that's also perfectly fine, because then you know when to stop it from working. You say, for example, it's all year long as it doesn't trade during NFP or similar types of events. I mean, if that's the point it has, the weak link it has, then you could stop your EA, a day or two or whatever it is. You have to test for yourself how much that is. Stop it from trading, and voila, you have a profitable system that is perhaps robust, just not with very specific events for you. So but there's a lot of things to do, but the key things to look for is you want to avoid curve fitting, you want to avoid over optimized, and you want to be looking for robustness, right? So these are the three words you want to be focusing on as you're looking for those, because those are the more robust you have the strategy, the EA, and the less over optimized it is, or not over optimized. And certainly you don't want any curve fitting. It's very specific and only working in certain specific data sets. That is the way to make that leap from back-tested results, being able to reproduce them in live accounts. That's it. Sounds very easy, but that is the challenge for all automatic traders out there.
Thank you, Victor. Some very good insight there, and something just to add there to that question as well is, if you've purchased used a general EA from a marketplace, etc., there's nothing wrong with that, but you need to then really understand that strategy. Can you actually hand trade that strategy? So you got to go down to the basic building blocks of, is your strategy basically a bounce or a break? Are you going with the trend, against the trend? What time frames is it? Is the stops too tight? So there's a range of factors to answer that question about what processes. But hopefully myself and Victor give you some insight. And the best thing I think probably can say to you is, you may need to pause. You may need to pause and think carefully of how you want to approach this. Break this down into a bit of a plan of action to say, well, you might have this EA or have an EA idea. What is your first step to do to tackle? So sometimes taking a pause. There's a Chinese proverb that says, sometimes you've got to take 2 steps back to go 10 steps forward. So hopefully it helps you, Shane. And thank you very much for the on the comments as well. Some of the viewers have mentioned their insight as well, like Paul and Vaniscus. Thank you very much as well. Hopefully it helps Shane.
Yeah, one thing I didn't mention that I think is very, very powerful, and it's not easy. It's going to take you a lot of time. But one of the things that you could do is you filter, or you assess it's a parameter of it's a metric of robustness, but you assess the profitability of a strategy not by how much profit it made in the backtesting, but you express it as in how much. So you do in sample trading, right? So optimization, that's your back test. And then you trade forward looking, where you haven't optimized anything. You put it on a unknown data set, right? So out of sample. And you do this for multiple parameters, and you look which one has the better conversion from back testing to forward testing to out of sample, right? And you decide, you select the one that has best conversion, right? Because it didn't have the out of sample information, and that is one of the, very close to what you're actually trying to do, which is make it to work in the future, right? From present into the future on unknown future data, right? So the conversion rate, and that means that you'll have to do many back testing and forward testing, at the same time with different parameters, as well, perhaps with different, filters and whatnot, perhaps other logic, comparing other strategies, and choose the one that has the best conversion. And that could be a way to filter out those that are not as robust as you would like.
And then just a last little comment, just to give you some further insight, because literally when it comes to also automated trading, there's a lot of things that are possible. Many times people are stuck in a one-step mindset, meaning that they'll just put a algo onto a one single symbol on one account. You could do several different symbols on an account. You could do several different EAs or on a symbol, on the same symbol on the same account. And there's so many ways to layer it and level it up in terms of trying to close gaps or take advantage of strengths and reduce weaknesses. So it's a large area to delve into. And certainly anyone, for example, as Shane from his question, I would encourage is don't be disheartened by the process. Take it step by step and always understand it's a journey. If you think too much that you're going to get it right you want to get it right very soon, you're going to burn out and you're going to miss the benefits of that process. So just think about that as well. There's a lot more that one can do, and a lot more areas to think about. So keep your mind open.
Perfect. Thank you all for these great comments and great questions. We want to remind you that you can, and we ask you for your support, our stream, which is, by the way you can do that is by liking the stream. Liking, if you do like the stream, by all means do it. But even if you don't, you want to support us, and you want to see this grow and become even bigger, there is a way to do that. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and make it known that this is something, even if it's, you want to see us incorporate other stuff as well. Well, the way to do that is to support us and make it, voice your concerns or your comments, your desires, your feedback in the chat or in our email, and we will certainly take it into account. But by all means, like and subscribe to our channel. All right, and while at it, I would say that in about 5 minutes and 45 minutes, so 50, I would be hosting a workshop on the Discord community, right, on our Discord server. So if you're not part of that, buy an account with us, with the 5ers, the best prop firm out there. Get access to your hub, and in the lower left corner, you will find the little icon representing Discord that will give you the access, the door to a wonderful community that will help you catapult, I would say, even your journey into profitability if you haven't reached that already. All right, so is there anything we can share with let's look at the chat, anything we can share, because we still have about 4 minutes for our viewers. Is there anything in the chat? Let me check if there's anyone.
Victor, there was somebody who's mentioned about dollar yen, and there's something also very interesting that's developing that may occur going forward. It's already happened and may occur if we look at the currency pairs. So I don't know if you want to do you're welcome to do a quick analysis if you want on dollar yen, but there's something else I'll mention as well, or you just want me to mention. It's up to you.
I think we don't have enough for a analysis. What I can say though is very quickly. I'm not going to say a complete top-down analysis with quasis and order blocks and other Disney figures. But what I'm going to say is we can look at the order blocks, and we are, in terms of the higher time frames, we're in the middle of nowhere, right between those two order blocks. The weekly, we are retesting. We came out of a successful retest of this order block on the weekly, that is not the daily. That is important to realize what is fueling that move. And we still have, it's kind of tight if you see it well, because there isn't a lot of space between these two structures. And if you look at the daily time frame, you can also see that there is a very powerful move. That is, of course, that weekly order block at play, that we have these, all these, there is after creating this order block, you can see that there was a diminishing selling pressure, right? The selling bodies were decreasing as we move forward. And then we have a inflection point, and the opposite is true, right? It is increasing with big handles. To me, it is very clear that it is this weekly order block it is reacting to. And where can it go to? That's the first thing we want to be asking. We do have a weekly order block there. We are already reached it, and it's the second time around. So it's the second retest. Actually, it's the third retest of this weekly order block, meaning that it could well be weakened by now to be broken. So I would think that the upper area of that order block is next, right? We had one retest here, retesting that lower border. We had a deeper retest. It did have its reaction, but it became increasingly weaker. And looking at this order block, this candle, it's pretty clear that it is likely to be going for that upper border into that monthly order block. So I think that is what is happening. And we are getting back to a daily order block, which is not, is it fresh? Let's see, 6, 8, 9. Well, it is somewhat not so fresh, but 9 isn't a huge number. I wouldn't trade it as a daily signal, but I can understand if other people would want to trade that. And on this H4 order block, if we watch clearly from the left, I don't see any entry order block, right? So this would be the neckline, left shoulder, the head. Yes, there is a reversal pattern, but I can't see any entry order block. There's one here, but that's already taken out. So it's a quasi with no entry order block. That to me is not something we want to be using. So I can't use it. It's not attractive. So I'm gonna say the momentum is to the upside. The reversal pattern for a possible reversal is kind of weak, not convincing. I would say I want to be long. I don't want to be trying to reverse this trade. I'm going to be long perhaps into this area and see how it reverses or how it reacts to that. Other than that, we do have a fresh order block here, and already had a meter retest, but that could be a place where I would be interested in, making sure, if that's were to happen, to see if we can get some kind of a reversal continuing further. That could be one idea, without even looking at the ATR or anything else. And I stop at the H4 because if the H4 is not convincing, I don't want to be doing anything on the lower time frames. I only want to do it if I have at least H4 backing telling me that this is more likely to happen than otherwise. I don't have that, so I wouldn't trade this, but I would think that this is what the market wants to do, wants to retest even deeper into the weekly, and currently that would mean into that daily, not necessarily today, but in the coming sessions, maybe, I don't know, the rest of the week, that could be a nice period. That's it for quick analysis.
Perfect. Thank you, Victor. Briefly, what I just wanted to mention on that, if we have a look at the theme of this general dollar weakness, you would generally find dollar yen moving quite significantly lower in that falling trend. However, it's not. Dollar yen on a daily time frame is in a falling trend. There's a bit of a consolidation, a range that's developed within that falling trend. However, if that falling trend then turns into a rising trend, under the background of still dollar weakness where euro dollar and cable dollar is moving up, be very aware of the yen crosses. Euro yen, cable yen, Swiss yen specifically, Aussie yen, Kiwi yen, CAD yen, they're all going to have very, very steep rising trends. And they could accelerate very fast, because generally right now what we're seeing is that dollar yen is in that falling trend consolidating, which indicates that there is dollar weakness because euro dollar and cable dollar is moving up, but the yen is more weaker than the dollar right now. So if dollar yen switches into a rising trend where you still have dollar weakness as a background, yen is going to be specifically weak, which means if you start pairing euro yen and cable yen, as long as euro dollar and cable dollar is still within their rising trends, and we got general dollar weakness, then euro yen, cable yen, and Swiss yen specifically are going to move dramatically fast to the top side. So it's just some insight. And again, obviously a lot of dynamics there, but just be aware there's something brewing if you start to understand the different currency pairs.
Awesome. I like that. Love that, to be exact. Ashley, thank you on behalf of everyone watching. I know I have telepathic skills. I know what they're thinking. They are very grateful for everything you're sharing with us today, and you always do. And for that, we want to tell you we are grateful for your presence and your input in our show. And on that note, I'd like to thank everyone watching who has been with us today. Invite everyone to like and subscribe our channel and this stream. And it's an open invitation for tomorrow as well. Same place, same time. Any closing comments, Ashley?
Only to thank you, Victor, and all the rest of the 5ers presenters. I think we all do a great job. And all to the viewers that participate, thank you very much for liking, subscribing, participating in the chat. And we hope we all help each other in this valuable skill. Thank you, Victor, and thank you to all the viewers too as well.
Indeed, for everyone who wants to be in a session with Victor, the mask, without the mask, join Discord for our workshop, and see you there. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Listen up, traders. We got a new competition with massive prizes launching at the 5ers. The top traders, they will win high stakes accounts, and everyone in the top 100 will get a prize, including hub credits and bootcamp accounts. And we're actually doing this every single Wednesday, week after week, so you will always have a chance to win. It's fast, it's free, and it's easy. All you have to do is you sign into the 5ers Hub, click on the contest on the left menu, and join the upcoming competition. We hope to see you all there. Good luck.